is powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Call 877-ASK-DELL.
From the Chris Lindahl Real Estate Guaranteed Offer Studios, this is News Talk 830 WCCO. It's election night in Minnesota. This evening, as the vote tallies come in, we'll monitor, update, and provide analysis for every important race in the cities, the state, and beyond. This is a Minnesota Votes Election Night Special, presented by Minnesota Credit Unions. Now, live from our downtown studios at News Talk 830 WCCO, alongside our expert political panelists, Michelle Benson and Susan Kent, here's Blois Olson and Adam Carter.
All right, well, the votes have been counted on this rainy Tuesday night, election night in Minnesota. The polls closed 3 minutes ago, and now we await the results along with everybody else. All the ads, all the campaigning, all the speeches have ended tonight, and now we await the vote and see if we have a new governor after tonight, if we have new other state offices and state legislature, all those senators and representatives also up for re-election tonight, as well as Minnesota congressional seats. Adam Carter, Blois, Olson, Blois, good to see you as we start the evening. You've been a part of many of these election nights here on WCCO Radio. What stands out to you as we wait the first results coming in?
Adam, thanks. You know, what kind of stands out is just the mood of the state. As I traveled the state, I hit about 16 cities over the last month. And, you know, I would just say people were kind of quiet about it, but when you asked, they had an opinion. And from signs to kind of energy, I think, you know, activists are very muted, but I think the mood of the middle was tough to read. Polls varied, issues varied. The issue kind of platform stayed the same, but issues shuffled throughout it. So now I think really the keys that I'm watching are turnout in key parts of the state, from urban areas in Minneapolis and St. Paul down to kind of the traditionally split ticket minded first congressional district. And then really the whole country is watching Dakota County because of the 2nd congressional district race between Tyler Kistner and Angie Craig. But also, you know, pre-Trump, Dakota County was a little more red, and then it went blue. So it is one of those swing counties that we'll watch tonight, and it usually comes in a little later, Adam. So it may indicate a long night if it stays out late and trends back towards Republicans.
And that race, so much money has been put in in that congressional race. And I live in Dakota County, have pretty much my whole time in Minnesota. I know that county results are notoriously slow there, so we will be waiting those. We do have panelists with us tonight. As a hat tip to Dark Star used to say, we have a cast of thousands with us tonight, including our reporters out into the field who we'll be getting to. But we also have two state senators with us. And our first, she hoped initially that she'd be awaiting results for her election tonight, and she wanted to challenge Tim Walz in this election. Michelle Benson, who was, of course, up for governor in the GOP, tried to get that GOP endorsement. Michelle, I'm sure you would have rather been at the party headquarters awaiting those results, but we appreciate you being with us tonight. Talk to me about the optimism that state Republicans have on this evening.
Well, let me start with first, thanks to the election judges who are going to make sure that things go well throughout the course of the day. I know there were some issues in Chicago City, but you know, let's hope that everybody stays on track and does their job at the top of their game. Secondly, every candidate, regardless of what party you're in tonight, you know, enjoy the run that you had. Be grateful to your family. My family went through a little bit of this, but the level of sacrifice that you have to make to get elected in a state like Minnesota. So let's start with, you know, thanking those people who are going to leave it all on the field. And then to the mood, Republicans are quieter than they were in 2010. So maybe it's just a really quiet intensity. We'll see what our results come out to be. You know, we're looking at Florida. Marco Rubio right now is at 57%. People were saying if he's over 55, it means the intensity that we maybe didn't see in the polls is really alive and well. Minnesota, very different than Florida. Let's not draw any early parallels there. But one of the things that I noticed having run in 2010 versus running now, quieter, but there is an intensity for those people who do want to make a change in Minnesota.
Thank you, Michelle. Also with us is Susan Kent, also state senator from Woodbury. Susan, thank you so much for being with us. On the Democratic side, the confidence level the Democrats have, a Republican is now, we're going to mention this many times tonight, and Republicans and Democrats know this, have not won a statewide race since 2006. But many Republicans feel that could change tonight. On the Democrats side, the confidence level going into this evening.
I think after what we've seen over recent cycles and what's gone on in our country over the past 6 months for sure, confidence is not something I think anybody has a lot of these days. The old polling technologies don't work anymore. What is a likely voter these days? Who knows? The anecdotal information is that young voters are going out, women are showing up, folks who might not have been polled. So, I believe it's going to be close no matter what happens, but I feel pretty good. I think that the fundamentals from the DFL and the DFL candidates up and down the ballot and across this wonderful state have been good. So we have, in terms of the things we can control, we feel good about it, and we'll just let the voters speak, because ultimately that's what matters. And everybody needs to be willing to be patient. If it takes a little time to make sure we count every single vote and count them accurately, let's do that, and we'll know the results when they're ready.
I mentioned it. I'll mention it again. The last time a Republican has won a statewide office was 2006, and I mention that now because one of our other panelists tonight was the last Republican to win a statewide race. That is former Governor Tim Pawlenty, who's joining us this evening via phone. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. Tell me about the opportunity that Republicans had in Minnesota with the national problems that Democrats have had: inflation, crime. It seems to me that Republicans would have had a great opportunity, not only in the country, and we're seeing some of those results come in, but in Minnesota. Do you feel the same way, and do you think we're going to see that tonight?
Well, first of all, good evening to you and to Blois and to the two senators. It's great to be with you on what is an exciting and important night for Minnesota and America. So honored to be with you and excited to be with you and your other guests as well. Absolutely, Adam. I think it's fair to say, for the reasons that you mentioned, that this is the best opportunity for Republicans to win statewide in 20 years. No question. 2002, I won for the first time. That was way better than when I ran for re-election in 2006, which was a tough year for Republicans in Minnesota and nationally. But this, 2022, I believe is unquestionably the best opportunity for Republicans to win in Minnesota statewide since 2002. And I think, of the many themes we'll look at tonight, I would add one more in addition to what's been discussed, and that is whether we'll see the return of the ticket splitter in Minnesota. We've kind of moved to tribal voting or robotic voting, where almost everybody's either red or blue, very few undecideds, and people didn't ticket split in recent elections as much as they previously did in Minnesota. Tonight, especially on those statewide ballots, specifically the governor and attorney general's race, state auditor, and one other, we'll see if there's some mixed voting back and forth. And I think that will be a very interesting thing to watch from a political science standpoint, and ultimately will affect the outcome of those races, I believe. And then, to be blunt about it, in Minnesota, we have 8 congressional districts. Only one of them is really competitive. The other 7 are lean so far in terms of their political demographics one way or the other that, they're not particularly close. So as was mentioned, that 2nd congressional district in our home county, Adam, you and me from South St. Paul, in Dakota County, it's got everything. It's got the blue collar north of South St. Paul, where I live in Eagan, which is sort of a transition area. Then you get into some exurban areas, and then you get into farm country. And so it's a microcosm of all of Minnesota and really all of America in one district. And it's competitive. It's going to be really interesting, and we'll keep a close eye on that, of course, throughout the evening.
And on that note, Governor Pawlenty, driving through Mendota Heights the other day, talking about ticket splitting, I saw a house with yard signs. They had a Jim Schultz yard sign, they had a Tyler Kisner yard sign, and in the same yard, they had a Tim Walz yard sign. So if that's indicating that many people might be splitting that ticket, that certainly indicates, at least in that yard. We're also joined tonight by Jason DeRusha, of course, our afternoon drive host, a drive time with DeRusha. He's holed up in his mansion there in the northwest suburbs, in the expansive home studio that he's built himself. But Jason, obviously, you talk to a lot of people day after day on these airwaves, and you get a sense of how Minnesota is feeling. The thing that stands out to you tonight as the results come in, as we await the results, things that you're waiting to see.
Well, I'm fascinated to see how Minnesota lines up with what we're seeing around the country. As the former governor said, this for sure was a climate that made things available for Republicans. Not only do you have the bad economy nationwide and internationally, by the way, but the reality is people are feeling higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and that typically ends with people taking out their frustration at the ballot box. What will be interesting to see here is the fact that in general, nationwide, you've seen a number of Republican candidates that have been more aligned with the Trump wing of the Republican Party than the Pawlenty or Benson wing of the Republican Party. And I will be fascinated to see what kind of the Reagan Republican, the Pawlenty Republican, what do they do? Do they vote for Scott Jensen and Matt Burke? How much does the Feeding Our Future fraud weigh into people's decisions? And then you sort of step back and think, like real people's lives are often differently aligned than what the highly politically active or the talk show caller or talk show host or Twitter politics person is lined up with.
Yep.
And really, when people look at their lives right now, are they looking at their kids behind in school? Are they saying, well, it's understandable because of COVID and we were trying to do the right thing? Or do they take that out on the incumbents? We just don't know. And I'm also very curious about where things line up in context with the polling. We've heard a lot of conversation about how difficult it is to poll. I don't know. Like I maybe have a little more confidence in polling than others, but I will be really curious to see how the results line up with that. So a lot of those things, just fascinating. I mean, it is one of those moments in life where right now we don't know who the next governor or who the next attorney general will be. But in a couple hours, we should. And I love that.
Jason DeRusha will be with us throughout the night as well. Let's do this. 8:15 WCCO. We're beginning with Minnesota Votes, our election coverage. We do have reporters in the field, including Susie Jones, who's at GOP headquarters, and Mark Fry, who's at DFL headquarters. Why don't we get in a break? Then we'll come back and we'll get the mood of those parties as both those groups just get things going now that all the votes have been counted. Stay with us on WCCO.
We don't just talk about Minnesota. We talk about what matters to Minnesotans. News Talk 830 WCCO.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
For over 10 years, Advantage Seamless Gutters has been replacing and installing gutters in all of Minnesota and western Wisconsin with a customer experience that's second to none. No matter what the design or type of gutters, Advantage Seamless Gutters will help you get the gutter system that's right for you. Advantage Seamless Gutters is also the largest dealer of Valor Gutter Guard in the country, offering the most advanced clog-free gutter system available. Schedule a free estimate? Visit AdvantageSeamlessGutters.com. Advantage Seamless Gutters. Experience the advantage.
As long as I can remember, I've had issues breathing through my nose. Since the procedure, I breathe through my nose. I sleep through the night. I don't wake up with headaches. Just get it checked out. It's 100% worth it.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Well, part of this election night is that there are parties, and the parties have parties. And I've worked at this radio station for 21 years, and up until tonight, I was usually stationed at one of those parties more often than not. It was the Republican Party headquarters, and that's where Susie Jones is tonight, who joins us live on the tie line, and we bring in Susie Jones to the conversation. Susie, welcome. You are no stranger, obviously, to elections here in Minnesota, and you've covered quite a few of these. Set the stage for us, if you will, how things are going, where you are, who you're with, and what the mood is where you are.
Well, Adam, I am at the DoubleTree Hotel in St. Louis Park. I have the honor of sitting next to a colleague, Eric Escala, Twin Cities Public Television, former WCCO radio political reporter, and we are gazing at a full ballroom, pretty packed right now. A lot of people are inside. Some were mingling outside in the lower level of this, but we are now in a ballroom watching the returns come in. There's cheers when various Republicans fare well in different parts of the country, Adam, but we haven't seen much here in Minnesota as of yet. Some candidates milling about, and I did mention that at 8:30, Dr. Scott Jensen, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, will be in the room talking with reporters. But earlier tonight, I had a chance to talk to Jim Schultz. He is the Minnesota Attorney General candidate, the Republican candidate. He said he was feeling very confident, Adam, and talked about what he would do if he's elected.
Susie, I guess we don't have that cut. Let's bring Susie back in. Sorry, we don't have that cut.
That's no problem.
Can you summarize
Right.
what he said?
He basically said that they need to beef up criminal lawyers within his office. That now there were 2 or 3, he wanted there to be 24 or so. He said he wanted to recalibrate the office. Adam, I know it just sort of fired there. Before we go to Mark here, I wanted to let you know he did talk about if he wins and how he would interact with county attorneys across the state. He mentioned Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, and if she would win, he said he would have strong concerns about crime in Hennepin County. Again, it is very early here, polls just closing, and we'll continue to follow it here at the Republican Party headquarters throughout the night. Adam?
All right, Susie Jones in Republican headquarters, and Blois talking about Jim Schultz. That's the one that a lot of Republicans and others are circling as saying, okay, this could be the one where we break through after the 16 years and win a statewide race.
It is. And one of the reasons is because that is a head-to-head race. There's no third-party candidates in that race. So it is just Jim Schultz versus Keith Ellison. We do have our first results, and it's 23. It's very little. Okay. But what I will say is it's clearly a Republican precinct or two. And you have Jensen polling at 76 and Schultz polling at 78. So that's what people are watching to see how Schultz does, in relation to Jensen, because you can argue that Attorney General's race has gotten just as much attention as the governor's race. And since it's a head-to-head, that's probably the most likely kind of mood of the way people are feeling right now.
And speaking of the Democrats, Mark Fry is at Democratic headquarters tonight, and he joins us now. Mark, same question to you. Tell us where you are and what the mood is there as Democrats gather here and await these results as they start to trickle in.
Well, good evening, Blois and Adam. And right now, it's really just kind of a quiet scene here in St. Paul as there's a crowd starting to form here, not as maybe big as they would have anticipated right away, but still coming through the doors. And really, we have not seen any speakers yet tonight. We're supposed to hear from quite a few DFL leaders and party heads and things like that coming tonight. I know U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mayor Melvin Carter, even supposed to be on deck to speak here this evening. But really, it seems like a quiet confidence here tonight, and maybe a little bit of a quiet hesitancy as well from the DFL as they're keeping their eyes on the scoreboard here tonight when it comes to all the races that they're keeping their eyes on. Obviously, the head race with Governor Tim Walz, they're hoping to reelect him. But Adam and Blois, so far, really just kind of a quiet night so far in St. Paul.
All right, that's Mark Fry, who's at DFL headquarters, and we'll keep checking in with them again. Susie said that Dr. Scott Jensen may enter the room there in a few minutes or so to talk to reporters. And again, very early results coming in. Michelle, let me ask you that you mentioned the problems that we heard about in Chisago County. Can you just clarify as to what some of the issues were up there? And I saw some things on Twitter too about a long line. I think it was Chisago City where a lot of people had to wait quite a while to vote tonight.
Right, Chisago City, I think they had higher than calculated
Mhm.
turnout. Looks like they got a second voting machine in there so that they could move through people in a timely manner. We want it to be easy to vote.
Sure.
And when you take time off work, which employers do allow, you don't want to have to stand out in the rain. And so I think let's hope that everybody's doing their dead level best and that voters are really patient. And if you were in line at 8 o'clock, stay in that line and cast your ballot tonight.
And Susan, as Minnesotans, we always tout our election, our election security, our election participation. And I think it's something to this point that both Republicans and Democrats have hailed that it is something that comes through election cycle after election cycle.
I agree. One of the great things about the way, and I've lived in other states, Minnesota elections run really smoothly, rarely any lines. Things do happen on occasion, but, people manage to get in and out usually pretty quickly. And there is a lot of confidence and it's well earned and it's reflected because Minnesotans show up and they vote and they cast that most important way of expressing their voice and opinion.
Michelle, as we look, we're waiting, obviously, on some more concrete Minnesota results. But if you look at the results that have been coming in nationwide tonight, obviously, Republicans certainly seem like they were poised to take back control of the House of Representatives. The Senate would be very close, needed to pick up one seat there. Anything jumping out at you tonight as you look at some of the early returns and what it might mean for the rest of the night, rest of the country, and even here in Minnesota?
I did see some early information on Virginia 10, which was a Biden plus 16 district, and it looks like it's going to be called for the Republican. If Virginia continues that trend and we see, good movement, again, a little higher than expected energy behind the Rubio call down in Florida. So as we march across the country, let's keep an eye on Indiana. Pennsylvania, I think is going to be late. They've got the dated ballot issue, and then they don't start counting their absentee ballots until the polls close election night. I think they probably need to update that law and let some of those ballots get counted a little earlier. So Pennsylvania is going to be a little tough to call. But as we march across, let's keep an eye on Indiana. Senate race in Ohio will be an interesting question that we can keep an eye on. I don't know that we're going to get an answer on that tonight.
And Susan, same question to you. When you look from a Democratic perspective, things that stand out to you, specifically in the Senate, the control of the U.S. Senate possibly flips to Republicans tonight. What race or a couple of races are you really focusing on and looking that could be bellwethers as to what's going to happen there?
I think it's a short list, but obviously everybody's been paying attention to Nevada and making sure that that the Democrats keep that seat. Same in New Hampshire, and then looking at picking up in Pennsylvania, and there had been hopes for Wisconsin. We shall see. There are just some places, and people have said don't sleep on North Carolina, for example. So I haven't had a chance to find that one yet, but. It's a short list, and we'll be watching them.
I think Blois, that we saw that some 670,000 or so ballots were mailed in and already counted earlier today. I think that was reported by Steve Simon's office. Can you explain, I guess, other states, we just talked about Pennsylvania and their counting, how Minnesota does it, and how when are those added to the count, or is that something after the fact? because those are big questions now that not a lot of people thought about before.
Exactly.
But a lot of people think about it now because more people are obviously voting absentee.
Yeah, they are counted. They are counted before, and they are included in tonight's totals. So there's no delay in how they are included in the totals. In fact, they've been counted over the last weekend, but they don't say here's who's in the lead going into election day. So they kind of sequester the results of that.
And when we look at any indication, you had the results earlier, that where those do we know by just looking at this Secretary of State's website what districts, what precincts are coming in?
Yeah, those early results were from Rock County, which is a very Republican area, but it's not a very populous county either. But as we look at it, just to kind of put it in perspective here, Democrats have really relied in this winning streak they've had statewide on huge turnout in Hennepin and Ramsey County. And so just to put it in perspective, so in 2010, when Mark Dayton won by less than 10,000 votes, Democrats carried Hennepin County by 15 percentage points. In 2018, when Tim Walz won by 300,000 votes, Democrats carried Hennepin County by 38 percentage points. So you look at that kind of, difference, and you start to see why Democrats need to kind of run up the total in the urban core. Republicans are really watching for turnout to stay what it was in 2018 and 2020, kind of when Trump brought energy to rural Minnesota, to see if they can keep those turnout numbers up. Historically, Greater Minnesota votes at a higher level than the metro area. But the 3rd congressional district, a swing district, until just a couple years ago, is the highest voter turnout in the country for a congressional district. So back to your point about how Minnesotans feel about voting, those early votes, some indicators were that they favored Republicans just by where they were coming from this year. But I think you have to kind of assume a lot of things to know where people are. And again, we go back to that ticket splitting. One of the things is that in 2006, when Republicans last won statewide and Tim Pawlenty was reelected governor, Amy Klobuchar was elected on the same night.
Michelle?
Let's talk about, so we've got sort of core Hennepin, Ramsey County, Greater Minnesota. That leaves the suburbs really as the place we need to watch. So even CD3, some of those suburbs have experienced increases in crime.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's anxiety there, ticket split is going to be a real thing and a great conversation. And maybe what it will do is evolve to candidate quality conversations instead of just party loyalty conversations. So let's keep an eye on particularly those western suburbs.
Let's hold that thought. We're running up against a CBS News update. Some of the national results are in. Ron DeSantis, reelected governor of Florida. Marco Rubio, he wins convincingly. He keeps his U.S. Senate seat also in the state of Florida. Some of the early results coming in from the East Coast as those polls closed quite a while ago. Polls closed a half an hour here in Minnesota, getting some early results, but more after CBS News update.
CBS News special report. Campaign 2022. America decides.
It's just after 9:30 on the East Coast, and the polls have closed in a total of 41 states. CBS News estimates the House continues to lean Republican. CBS News Director of Elections, Anthony Salvanto.
181 seats to 158 seats in favor of the Republicans. The reason we know this is that the data we've seen so far from exit polls and the reports that have come in from the East Coast is there's an average shift of 3 points per district on the average towards the Republicans. That gives them the early edge.
CBS News projects Republican Bill Lee will win the Tennessee governor race and Democrat Charles Schumer will win the New York Senate race. Arizona Senate as a toss-up. Kansas Senate likely Republican. Louisiana and North Dakota Senate races lean Republican. Texas governor leans Republican. CBS News projects Republican John Thune will win the South Dakota Senate race and the Wisconsin Senate, and governor races are toss-ups. CBS News special report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Mike Max with you for AMI. If you were having trouble with your furnace last year, think ahead to this year. We all know what a struggle it has been getting things on time. AMI has furnace systems in-house to get you set up ASAP. Best trained technicians in the Twin Cities area. They've been in business since 1985. That's why they get it. That's why they're the perfect fit, because you can trust somebody that has longevity doing things the right way, not the easy way. specializing in heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, water treatment, and drain and duct cleaning. Water treatment is especially important around the holidays. Lots of guests, lots of water usage. ThinkAMI.com. Symptoms of water quality issues include split ends, dry skin, chlorine spots on glassware. Yeah, you don't need any of it. Enjoy the space savings in your mechanical room when you move to a tankless water heater. They've got it all. Tankless water heaters make hot water on demand, just the way you want it, just the way AMI does it. Yes, this holiday season and beyond, thinkami.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain, knee pain, joint pain? Well, listen carefully, because now there are new regenerative treatments available here. Hi, it's Adam Carter. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, is now open, giving lasting relief to people with joint pain using the latest in precision medicine with natural biologics. It's an exciting non-surgical approach that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints and gets you moving again. QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics nationwide and has treated thousands of patients with an incredible success and satisfaction rate. If you've got pain in your knees, your shoulders, hip, or back, you need to check out these new treatments that can actually help your body restore and repair itself with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Call now to schedule your free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. 612-254-7123. 612-254-7123. That number again, 612-254-7123.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
8:35, the polls have closed here in Minnesota ahead of the 2022 election, and results just trickling in on the Secretary of State's website. We are joined by Michelle Benson, a Republican senator, as well as Democratic Senator Susan Kent. And Susan, you understand, you heard the criticisms that Governor Walz faced for just kind of maybe not appearing in as many debates as some would have liked, or a televised debate, specifically in the Twin Cities Metro. And the governor was on with Vanita here on these airwaves saying that, you know, people here in the Twin Cities know who I am. It's folks in greater Minnesota that I wanted to get my message to. But, you know, you heard Michelle talk right before the break there about voter turnout, how critical that is. Do you think he rested a little too comfortably on that here in the metro area?
I mean, having worked very closely with Governor Walz, particularly during the pandemic, he doesn't rest comfortably. He works hard, he cares deeply, and he is very committed to the people of Minnesota, and he means it when he says one Minnesota. And, you know, he has been accessible. You know, he, through so many things that have happened in such a historic 4 years, he has been available and visible and open and answering questions on a very regular basis. And so, you know, I take him at his word that you know, that he had his game plan and he was going to stick to it. And he has been reaching out. I mean, I think their bus tour has done like 24 stops in 4 days or something. You know, he's been definitely out and about. When I saw him at 9 o'clock in the morning in Cottage Grove, he had just come out of a deer blind. So.
When you talk about, though, you said, you know, what constitutes confidence nowadays, that its confidence is tough on either side. Win turnout is so critical, especially in the suburbs. You know, we always focus on the suburbs, how that could make or break things. The confidence level there, do you feel that the message, that Governor Walz's message, that the Democratic message has been heard in those suburbs, especially as Michelle mentioned too, that crime affects the suburbs too. And that's something that has been top of mind for many people.
As because I was the leader of the Senate DFL for a couple of years, I am really proud that the Senate DFL caucus and volunteers, with so many grassroots organizers and candidates and volunteers, have knocked over 500,000 doors. That is unheard of. We blew past our own goals by a couple of 100,000. So the message is getting out, and those conversations are being had. And Minnesotans, I personally get back to this conversation about polling, and I have a bit of a methodology and survey background, so I understand this pretty well. I know that as media and voters and citizens, we all want to be able to boil this down to very clear-cut answers. And you ask people what's their top issue. Well, we're complicated people. We have a lot going on in our lives. We care about our family finances, obviously our family safety. We care about our rights and our ability to get a good education and a good career and a good job, and have health care when we need it, and be able to afford our medications. All of those things are very, very, very important. And so trying to boil these things down sometimes is challenging. And that's why, going out and knocking on doors and talking to voters one-on-one and having those conversations and being responsive to what they're saying is important to them on their doorstep. That's a hallmark of the DFL here in Minnesota. And, we've been, I think, very successful in having those conversations this year. But this has been a very tough few years for everybody. And, people are feeling that in different ways. And it makes for people being unsettled. And inflation is an international issue, as Jason said just a little while ago.
Mhm.
But, it is something that is affecting people. But at the same time, people are very concerned about their rights and women's reproductive health. It's not an imminent concern here in Minnesota like it is in our neighboring states and around the country. But, we heard about that plenty at the doors.
And that was something that Scott Jensen tried to get that message, saying, look, there's settled law in Minnesota. The governor can't change that. Yet that was kind of a different message than he said earlier in the campaign, Michelle. Let me ask you, do you think Scott Jensen was able to get past that one issue that so many people, especially on the left, were focused on?
Well, and I think there's some activists on the left who that is the primary reason they vote. But Minnesota families, if you knock on doors, the cost of everything was a big deal. The fact that eggs are $2.37 a dozen at Aldi, they used to be 60 cents. If you're trying to feed a family, you are keenly aware. Diesel fuel, if you are trying to run a business and you're realizing that diesel is consistently over $5 a gallon, how's that work in your business budget? If you're sole proprietor picking up leaves for a landscape company and you're paying for fuel, Minnesota families really are hurting. And some of the inflation is international, but somewhere between 3 and 4% of it is because of actions of our federal government and the fact that we just flooded money into this space. But what matters to the voters is the top of the Democrat Party essentially said inflation's transient. It's someone else's fault. It took them a long time to come to, oh, this is real for people. And Democrats not understanding how real that was for people hurt them throughout this election cycle. The fact that status quo education is the reality for Democrats in Minnesota when our achievement gap is getting worse. Our reading scores were hurt by the pandemic. Kids are really struggling in Minnesota. And then crime, we hear from pundits on the left saying, well, crime's down overall. Well, you know what? Murder's up. People are having carjackings. People came into a garage in Medina and stole Christmas presents. There was a mom in St. Paul who begged to get her twin daughter out of the car before the thieves took the car. These are real things. And Scott Jensen being on that message is what's going to bring it across the line.
Was he on that message, though, strong enough, do you think?
Frankly, he could have been better and more targeted, But if you go to doors and listen to Minnesotans' lives and what's happening in their everyday life, those are the things that they want a candidate to care about.
Susan.
Well, one of the things that I think we've seen consistently throughout this election season, both nationally and here in Minnesota, statewide and local races, is Republicans are really good at, banging the pots and pans about real problems, definite real problems. But where are the solutions? Congressional Republicans love to talk about inflation, but they haven't come up forward with a single proposal. Here in Minnesota, Governor Walz, House Democrats, and the Senate DFL put forward a robust public safety package that the Senate Republicans refused to hear. We had a real solid agreement between both the House DFL, the Senate Republicans, and the governor for the budget. And Senate Republicans walked away from a major commitment for education, for taking care of people who need it in our healthcare and long-term care facilities where we're having real struggles, and public safety as well. All of those things were included in that agreement. And Senate DFL, House DFL, and Governor Walz were ready to make that happen. And also, by the way, a big tax cut bill that was finished, and we could have done that one too, that would have done Social Security and middle class income tax as well.
Senator Ken, I think, just hang on one second. No, just hang on. I have a question for Susan. I want to bring this up. No, I understand your point. One of the things that I have noticed as I've observed this campaign, Susan, and I think it's notable because you just said it, is those were some of Governor Walz's main messages, but it was about the past. Do you think Democrats talked about the future enough in this campaign? Because what I heard was last session, but there was never for the next 2 years, for the next 4 years out of the governor. And for me, traditionally, a governor's race is about what you're going to do, not what you tried to do. And I want to raise that because I've heard that conversation when I went to 27 different places across the state. That's what Democrats said, even challengers who weren't even in the legislature. So one of the things that just seems to be missing from both sides is what does the future look like?
I think he was very open about that and talked about, how many times did he say we're going to fully fund our schools?
But what does that mean? But what does that mean?
It means addressing the shortfall that we have in terms of the special. I can go through the weeds of education funding. But I don't think anybody wants to hear that right now. But we know what it means. It is a real thing. There are certain places where we
do you think voters who don't follow the legislature know what that means?
I don't know how, without going through the details and the nitty gritty of the special education cross subsidy and making sure that we have that funding available for our schools so that we're not having to spread the money too thin, that we're not keeping up with inflation when we do it the normal way. There are any number of ways that we should be looking at funding our schools, not the least of which is mental health for our kids who have been struggling badly.
I get that.
Even before the pandemic, and now it's at a crisis.
You want to talk
Senator
about
Benson?
Past legislative sessions? I think there was a $25 million mental health bill that included more funding for schools. We've been working on school-linked mental health grants now for several years. But what parents remember is their kids got locked out of school and they lost years of learning. Our reading scores dropped. That matters to kids. So what we need is a proposal that says, here's how we get Minnesota's kids back on track. Here's how we help those kids who went through high school and had to figure out how to study from home. Maybe they're not college ready. What's that look like? Nobody's talking about the reality of what happened in Minnesota living rooms, around kitchen tables throughout the pandemic. Parents' eyes are open and they want real solutions. They don't want to talk about fully funding. They want somebody to say, I'm going to help my kid read.
There's a house on my daily walk with the dog that posts a new infographic or something every day. And it started during COVID. And this neighbor of mine did it. And during COVID, it was about COVID rates. And I don't know the neighbor that well, but I can tell that they're moderate to independent. And they had the math scores posted this week. And, I live in St. Louis Park, and math scores went from 49% for eighth graders proficiency in 2019 to 43%. And then they compared Wayzata, Hopkins, Edina, Minneapolis, and Minnetonka. And Wayzata was the only district of those that held their own. And I do believe, as somebody who has somebody in the public schools who went through the pandemic with them, that there is this lingering, could we have done it better? Let's just be glad we're done. We'll go through it. But I do think that this lack of a clear vision, even when it comes to special ed, even when it comes to counselors, that parents, what I hear is, we just have to focus on the basics. They give the teachers the benefit of the doubt. They really do. But what they're frustrated by is when they talk to their school board member, even in liberal areas, that their school board member says, as school board members, we're not going to talk about curriculum. We're going to leave that up to administrators. And I'm not saying this is, big outrageous stuff. I'm saying what it's doing is it's beginning to erode the historical confidence that independents and moderates have had in public schools in Minnesota. And that, I thought schools was going to be an issue. And I think that if Roe wouldn't have been overturned, education would have been a top 3 issue in this race, okay, statewide. And so I almost feel like it's sitting out there as this next thing that now that you guys are leaving the legislature, that this legislature, if depending on what happens tonight, this legislature's got a big issue in front of it with schools. And the surplus is one thing, but it's going to take, I think, some leadership from someone to say, here's an actual plan. And the plan can't be just about, quote, fully funding, because in an inflationary place, taxes and spending are not going to be that popular. Senator Benson?
Well, and if you flood more money into something that's already not doing the job, how's it get better? So let's look at the science of reading. There are other states who've completely turned around their 4th grade literacy because they said, we're not going to keep doing the things we've always done. There are states that during the pandemic said, okay, clear the decks, just focus on the basics for the kids. We can catch them up on other stuff, but if you keep them on reading and you keep them on basic math, the rest they can figure out when they come back. And those states that focused in that way, their kids have smaller reading disparities. Tennessee did that, for example. And then intensive summer reading programs to help kids catch up. If we're going to spend money, let's actually put it in a place that's going to make a direct impact on what has hurt our kids the most coming out of the pandemic. And then let's measure it and either improve it, keep doing it, or move to something that will actually work better. But right now, flooding money into status quo isn't going to solve the problems that we have in Minnesota. It's not going to close the achievement gap. It's not going to close these learning disparities that our kids are facing that are very real and will impact our kids, our families, and our workforce for decades.
Susan Kent, you're from Woodbury, strong suburban area that over the last few years, kind of like Senator Benson, a lot of population growth. Where is the pressure point in schools? Is it going to be in the younger ages, or is it going to be in the high school? Where is enrollment out by you?
I'm not sure I understood that question. Where's the pressure point in terms of enrollment?
Enrollment and need. I mean, we talk about the whole spectrum, right? But every district is at a different point. Right? They either have a bunch of young kids or they have a bunch of older kids, or it's consistent throughout. And you guys built a new high school 15 years ago or 20 years ago. 12 years. Right. So there you go. So that says that there was this huge population growth that puts pressure on a school district and on property taxpayers when you have that kind of enrollment.
So when I did an economic development tour with the city of Woodbury and rode around on a bus and looked at, where we were building businesses and houses and apartments and things like that, senior living. I was astonished just a couple of years ago that a third of the land area of the city of Woodbury was not built yet. And we're already the 8th largest city in the state. So the growth continues, and the pressure points are preschool through 12. And after, because we have a very strong program to serve students who still need to be in our school system because they have special needs as up till the age of 21. These are all real needs. Making sure our kids are learning is very important. Staffing is a challenge everywhere in every school district across this state. And my districts, and I represent 3 of them, they're very different, are no exception. Facilities are an issue, and you're right. But if we meet those needs, then as the property as the base grows, as the community grows, it is spread out across the community, right? And that growth is absolutely projected, and it is of course going to happen because Woodbury is really close to St. Paul, and there's a huge need for it. So we can talk about the fact that Minnesota ranks dead last in this country when it comes to our hiring and in staffing in counselors, school psychologists, social workers, and nurses. And that's not new. That's been that way for decades. And, if our kids are struggling and they can't get the support they need and their families don't get the support that they need, it's hard for kids to learn. And if a 7th grader is having some sort of crisis in math class, nobody's learning math that day if there's no qualified adult to deal with the needs of that student. So there are a number of issues. It's a lot of it is staffing, and that does cost money. So we can talk about specific solutions, but we also have to recognize we need people in those buildings and the facilities to take care of it.
Susan Kent, Michelle Benson didn't want to get into too much of a debate as the debates are past. We hope to get some analysis here. Still awaiting on the results, which are trickling in. It is 8:54. This is Minnesota Votes on WCCO. We'll get you up to date on what results we have so far next.
From the Chris Lindahl Real Estate Guaranteed Offer Studios, this is News Talk 830 WCCO.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof. No easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies' Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
You're listening to this Election Night Minnesota Votes special on News Talk 830 WCCO, sponsored by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Polls have been closed in Minnesota for just about an hour, but results just trickling in. We've only got just a few counties reporting 16 out of 87 at this point, so just a little over 1% of precincts reporting and early leads for Scott Jensen and Matt Burke in the governor's race. But again, as Blois was mentioning, these are from some very red counties that have come in already. Nationwide, no real massive surprises out there. Republicans doing well so far as they look to take control back of the U.S. House of Representatives. And, of course, hopefully for them, take control of the U.S. Senate. Jason DeRusha is standing by. He's been listening to our conversation. Jason, you had some things you wanted to mention here.
Well, Adam, first of all, I do think it's a bit of a joke that almost an hour in, we only have, 4,000 votes reported? Yes. Come on. I mean, I understand this idea that we should have some patience, but this is, look, in a time where there's all sorts of nonsense, intentionally spreading garbage about the security and reliability of our elections, having nothing in the first hour, to me, is very disappointing.
It's historic that I would say at about 9:15 to 9:45.
Yeah, it all gets
it
dumped.
all comes flooding in.
Yes.
And
And won't you look silly, Jason,
there
for
we
calling
start
him?
to
No,
know
I
that.
won't. It's ridiculous. Come on.
Oh, come on. Big deep breath out there in Maple Grove. That closet must be
Oh,
making you
yeah.
feel claustrophobic.
I don't know that I accept this idea that we're all just supposed to wait 3 days for votes to be counted.
Well,
these are
Well,
electronic voting machine. You know what I mean? There seems to be this narrative like, let's be patient. It takes the time. I 100%. Every vote needs to be counted. It should be accurate. But somehow we had results for years and years and years. I don't think it's asking too much to have more than 4,000.
Here you go, Jason. Here's a little measuring stick. In Wisconsin, with 38% of the vote in, Mandela Barnes leads Ron Johnson 51 to 48%.
There you go.
See, they're counting their votes over there.
1 hour isn't 3 days. We can wait 15 more minutes, Jason. Stay tuned. That is Jason DeRusha, part of our continuing coverage of Minnesota votes tonight. More after this. Stay tuned.
I'm Dave Dahl, and after a long career in meteorology, I know the importance of planning ahead. Even at my age, it was time to start making my end-of-life arrangements. So I went to the Cremation Society of Minnesota. Planning ahead saves money and eases the burden on your family. You wouldn't leave home on a rainy day without your umbrella. Protect your family from what's to come. Make your final wishes known by pre-arranging online at www.cremationmn.com.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Denny Long here for Linda's Construction. Join Andy Lindas and me on Saturday for the Home Improvement Show by Linda's Construction. We'll be taking your home improvement questions by phone and text Saturday's 9 o'clock hour on 830 WCCO.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays, buy from a local farm, get one labeled USDA organic or certified humane. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
News, weather, traffic, sports. We cover it all. News Talk 830 WCCO, KMNB HD2, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Odyssey Station.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper in Chicago. The polls have closed in a total of 44 states, and CBS News continues to characterize the House as leaning Republican. Since 1946, the president's party has lost seats in the House in 17 of the 19 midterm elections. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
President Biden spent the day calling around to various Democratic leaders, including Speaker Pelosi, and his team is already looking to set expectations. In fact, one Biden advisor pointed out to me this afternoon that several recent presidents have weathered difficult midterms and gone on to win re-election 2 years later.
The Pennsylvania Senate race between Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz and Democrat Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is a toss-up. In the Nevada Senate and governor races, CBS News characterizes both as toss-ups. Utah's Senate race as leaning Republican. CBS News projects Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won the Arkansas governor's race, Democrat Maura Healey the governor's race in Massachusetts, and Democrat Daniel McKee is also projected to win the governor's race in Rhode Island. CBS's Adriana Diaz in Wisconsin with more on a scare there earlier.
There was one frightening moment this afternoon. A man with a knife entered a polling place north of Milwaukee and told the staff to, quote, stop the voting. Now, thankfully, no one was injured and the man was taken into custody without incident, but voting was paused for 30 minutes before the poll reopened.
Chris Krebs, former director for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, tells CBS News there have not been any real noticeable attacks or threats against election infrastructure.
It happened a few hours.
There's been some low-level sort of activity known as possibly denial of service attacks against a couple different systems, including the Mississippi Secretary of State's website. But importantly, those sorts of systems, just the websites themselves, have no connection or meaningful interrelation relation to the actual process of counting, casting, and ultimately certifying the election.
Class is canceled tomorrow for some students in North Seattle after a student was shot and killed on campus. KIRO's Sam Campbell.
It happened a few hours after the school's first bell. Students say they heard gunshots and hid behind classroom walls. Senior Draven Hikeina.
Everyone just needs to stop fighting, come together, hug each other, because losing someone over something small is not worth it.
A suspect is in custody. There's one winner of the more than $2 billion Powerball jackpot bought in Altadena, California, where CBS's Christina Ruffini is.
People told me they never win anything, one person said, and the whole neighborhood seems a little excited that the winning ticket was sold at Joe's Service Center. I ran into one woman who said, this is just, everybody wanted to come up, everybody wanted to see it. People have been walking by, people have been taking pictures. It's a lot of energy and a lot of excitement.
This is CBS News.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Visit libertymutual.com to learn more.
It's election night in Minnesota. This evening, as the vote tallies come in, we'll monitor, update, and provide analysis for every important race in the cities, the state, and beyond. This is a Minnesota Votes Election Night Special, presented by Minnesota Credit Unions. Now, live from our downtown studios at News Talk 830 WCCO, alongside our expert political panelists Michelle Benson and Susan Kent, here's Blois Olson and Adam Carter.
And I should have mentioned that in addition to on the radio tonight, we are broadcasting on our other platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, where you can actually see some video that goes along with that. We appreciate any viewership we get, as in addition to the listeners. And of course, right before we took the break, Blois, Jason DeRusha complaining that the results aren't coming in fast enough, and asked and answered. Now, instead of 1%, we've got just over 3%. So a big, huge jump in some of the results coming in. What do they tell us, Blois?
Thanks, Adam. We're starting to see where they're coming in from. So this big batch that just came in is from Rice County, south of the metro area. That's the Northfield area. And with 75% of precincts reporting in Rice County, Tim Walz leads in Rice County 52-45. I bring that up because in 2018, Tim Walz won Rice County with 53% of the vote. So comparison, we talked about Rock County. It came in early. It's in the southwest corner of the state. Just by comparison, all 100 precincts in, that's only about 4,000 votes. But Jeff Johnson won with 61% of the vote in Rock County in 2018. Scott Jensen gets 70% of the vote. So one of the things we're going to watch here is Tim Walz holding his own of how he performed in 2018, and how is Scott Jensen performing county by county compared to Jeff Johnson 4 years ago.
And at the congressional races, do we have much yet that's coming in those congressional races at this point?
I need to switch screens here. But yeah, that Rice County is part of the second district. There's only 15 precincts in, but Angie Craig leads Tyler Kistner 59-37%. So we don't even have 10% of the precincts in that congressional district yet.
We do have reporters out on the scene tonight, including our own Susie Jones, who is at Republican headquarters this evening, where Dr. Scott Jensen, of course, the Republican candidate for governor, came out and talked to some reporters. So, Susie, what can you tell us about Dr. Jensen's mood tonight as results start coming in here?
Well, Adam, in Blois, he said he was energized. He came into a packed ballroom and a gaggle of reporters descended on him and asked him right out of the gates how he was feeling about the night so far.
I feel like I've just been getting a transfusion of energy from everybody we've connected with, whether it was flying around Minneapolis in the bus or whether it was flying around Minnesota in an airplane. People are fired up.
And Adam, in Blois, he did talk about that he has spoken to the Office of Management and Budget and has 3 different transition groups put together in the event that he would win. One's on public safety, one's on education, and one's on supply chain issues. He talked with reporters for about 5 minutes before being pulled away, but there's a great sense of optimism tonight here at the Republican Party headquarters in St. Louis Park with Dr. Jensen and earlier with Jim Schultz for Minnesota Attorney General. But again, as you guys have been saying, still rather early in the process of counting all the votes.
All right, Susie Jones at Republican headquarters. Michelle, let me ask you about that. You meant, yeah, he obviously has transition teams and hopes that he gets to use them. As someone who was up for the nomination yourself, how much communication do you have with Scott Jensen? Has he leaned on you at all for any sort of for any advice, or talk to me about once that the nomination is given at the party? How much contact do you have with Scott
Sure,
Jensen?
we were colleagues. He was on my committee in the Senate, and so obviously lots of communication through pre-endorsement, and then kind of a take a breath, needed to recover a little bit, but then starting in August, sort of whenever I reached out, if I heard something like, but stop saying, this, that, he was always very welcoming and grateful for candid input. He'd known me as somebody who was going to tell him the truth, whether he wanted to hear it or not. And so we have had some good contact, and I talked to him and wished him well earlier today, and that the energy that he uses to run through this tape would be in that room and hopefully show up at the ballot box.
We want to hear the truth from you too. And you told him, don't say this, don't say that. His unforced errors in this race, how significant are they, and how much did it distract him from talking about the things that you passionately talked about in the last hour, about these are real issues that Minnesotans absolutely are concerned about, that should have and could have resonated more with them?
And I think discipline earlier on would have been great. I think he got to it as a very transparent, sort of came up from the grassroots sort of candidate. Discipline wasn't the thing that got him this far in the dance, but discipline's the thing that's going to help close this deal.
And you were colleagues with him in the Senate. And I remember when he was leaving the Senate, and we were talking amongst some staff here in our newsroom, talking about, Scott Jensen seemed like one of those really kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of grounded, normal Republicans, who said at the time, maybe I've had it with this place. Is that the same guy that we're seeing tonight that is running for governor, or has something changed there? It just seems like he shifted a little bit.
I think
am I wrong in seeing that?
The passion around COVID lifted him from that sort of practical, pragmatic. He was the guy who carried the marijuana legalization conversation,
right.
and so the passion around kids being locked out of school, his differences with the medical community on approach to COVID, his differences with the governor. I think that passion has moved him to a different place.
Susan, Kent, one of the other storylines tonight that we're going to follow is the legislature and who controls the legislature. But regardless of who controls it, there's going to be a lot of new members of the legislature. Maybe 50% of the legislature will be new. What are they going to encounter? How do they get up to speed quickly as someone who did that just a few years ago?
Let me just say very quickly in response to that previous conversation, I don't think that former Senator Jensen's issues are about passion and lack of discipline. His inconsistencies are remarkable. But anyway, legislature. As someone who was a complete citizen legislator when I came in 10 years ago, and as the proverbial thing is drinking from a fire hose for everybody. And it is a lot to learn. But it is going to be a very different place, because we know that, some of the people in the House who were so extreme that they were not even in the Republican Party and that caucus, they're coming over to the Senate. And, 5 people in the House is something. 5 people in the Senate makes a lot of noise and has a lot of impact, and because we're just a much smaller body. And so it is going to be interesting to watch how this works. And, I know what it's like in those caucus rooms, and how everybody works together and navigates this is certainly going to be interesting. And obviously the other thing we're going to have to pay attention to in a matter of days is leadership elections. So we'll see how that goes too.
Senator Benson, what are your thoughts on kind of those new members, what they're coming into, how they get up to speed quickly, and how their election process and their campaign kind of sets them up for, dealing with the surplus or dealing with issues?
If you've knocked on enough doors that you won an election, you're going to have some stories that are going to help you frame the fire hose stuff that comes at you. You need to be able to say, okay, my constituents think, feel, would want this. Put it up against the principles that you ran on. That would be my first bit of advice. Remember the people who got you there, but then become a subject matter expert. I started out in healthcare. I know people who went in because they were passionate about energy. As a legislator, become a subject matter expert early on so that people will go to you, and then you can build from there. But don't try to do everything. Don't try to answer every issue. Find something you're good at, learn it well, and launch from there.
Why don't we take a break here before I know Mark Fry is standing by at DFL headquarters. We did go to Susie, so let's take a break, go to Mark, and then talk about how Democrats are feeling as these results are coming in. I know we just got a big another chunk that came in here, so we'll go over those when we return. It is Minnesota Votes. This is WCCO.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
For over 10 years, Advantage Seamless Gutters has been replacing and installing gutters in all of Minnesota and western Wisconsin with a customer experience that's second to none. No matter what the design or type of gutters, Advantage Seamless Gutters will help you get the gutter system that's right for you. Advantage Seamless Gutters is also the largest dealer of Valor Gutter Guard in the country, offering the most advanced clog-free gutter system available. To schedule a free estimate, visit AdvantageSeamlessGutters.com. Advantage Seamless Gutters. Experience the advantage.
Washburn-McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services has been providing compassionate and personalized service for over 160 years. Honor your loved one and ensure your own wishes are met. Call 612-377-2203 or visit washburnmccreevy.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code HUGE for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's code HUGE. Use code HUGE for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill up. Cashback is not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is an election night special. Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO. Presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Back here with Blois Olson, Senators Michelle Benson and Susan Kent in studio. Heard Jason DeRusha chime in, and as well as former Governor Tim Pawlenty. And just before we went to break, we did get quite a few more results in here, Blois. And these look like they have come in from Hennepin County. What can you tell us about what you're seeing here?
Yeah, Adam, we got a bunch in from Hennepin County here. And in the governor's race in Hennepin County, just trying to get to the right page here, it shows Governor Walz leading in Hennepin County only 70 to 26%. And remember, I talked about the gap of 38 points before. So that gives him a 44-point lead early on in Hennepin County, but that's 89% of the precincts. One of the things I'm going to look at here is what that looks like for turnout in Hennepin County, where we think those votes are from. Are they from the city or are they from the suburbs? But obviously Hennepin County, the most populous county, a lot of votes there in Hennepin County.
And the numbers you're seeing, so just to break this down, would be expected for Governor Walz to have a good night, that those numbers reflect, at least early on, what he needs.
yes, they would reflect that. So for instance, Governor Walz got 67% of the vote in 2018 in Hennepin County. These 89% of the precincts reporting in Hennepin County show that he's leading 71 to 26
So
in
he's
that
ahead of
county.
that pace.
He's ahead of that pace in the most populous county.
We'll get our expert panel reaction to that. But first, let's go out to Mark Fry, who's at DFL headquarters, where that probably is being welcomed with some good news. Mark, we checked in with you last hour. What has changed there? If anybody addressed the room yet? Anybody come through and shaking hands, talking to reporters? Let us know what's happening there.
We have not seen any one of the candidates or really anybody from the DFL come through within the last hour since the doors have opened here at the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown St. Paul. And the crowd has grown substantially over the last hour or so. And one of the noticeable things about this crowd, it's quite a younger looking crowd. So that's obviously something I think that the DFL was really weighing on coming into tonight, was hitting that younger crowd, getting them out to vote. But so far, Adam and Blois, we have not heard from any of the candidates. Nobody has taken the stage yet here in St. Paul, and we've all just been kind of waiting to see what is next in terms of this event. And it's still a quiet optimism, but still it feels like the energy is building here.
It's Mark Fry at DFL headquarters. Susan Kent, let me ask you about that, about the young person's vote, the young person's motivation to vote in such an election like this. When we talk about a midterm election, even though the governor's office is up for election, as the young people of Minnesota, have you sensed that their motivation is high to participate in this process?
Oh yes, absolutely. One time I remember a few years ago was after the Parkland shooting, and we had so many students coming in to our offices to talk about gun safety and what could we do and to tell their stories. And I would tell every single one of them, I'm so glad you're here on this issue. It's very important, but you also need to think about your future and your education and your jobs and your housing and climate change and the environment that you're going to grow up in. And that's what we keep hearing from young voters. And I think they've really seen the very clear choice between a DFL leadership in this state and a Republican leadership, whether it's in the legislature or in the statewide offices and Congress, certainly. And they get it. And and we're seeing signs of that around the country where these things are tracked in different ways. Some pretty impressive young voter turnout. And that's the kind of stuff that can make a difference. And that's what I was talking about earlier with polling. They probably really don't answer their phones at all. And
my kids don't. I know that. Yeah.
I'm the mother of a 21-year-old. I understand. But they are committed because they get it.
Michelle, attracting younger voters to the Republican Party. Tell me about that effort and how you've seen that go over the last few years.
The Republican Party is going to have to do a better job.
Mm-hmm.
Being in the places where young people are. What's interesting is seeing the movement of Republicans into minority communities or into the Hispanic community and the Black community as these kitchen table issues become more real, as education and the cost of everything becomes more forward in their lives. They're opening their eyes to what Republicans are saying. And if you talk to particularly the Hispanic population in greater Minnesota, they came here to work and own a home and start a business and raise a family. And so the Republicans are going to have to be really attentive to the next generation. But I think our message is resonating with a population that we haven't reached out to as effectively before, and we need to do a better job of reaching out to those communities.
Blois.
Yeah, just some results here because
Sure.
of that big batch from Hennepin County that I know races people are watching. There's 89% of the precincts in. They appear to be from suburban Hennepin County because they have some congressional results from the 3rd district. But in the sheriff's race, Dewana Witt leads Joseph Banks 64 to 34%. And in the county attorney's race, Mary Moriarty leads Martha Holton Dimmick 57 to 41%. And again, my sense is those are from more suburban parts of the district just based on the other races that are there. And then some quick calculations here. there were about 730,000 total votes in 2018. And right now, it looks like turnout in Hennepin County will be down 5 to 10%. And that will matter when we start to get to the statewide totals, because obviously Governor Walz's margin there is greater than before. But if he doesn't get the total votes and then the intensity on turnout is similar to 2018 in red areas, then that's where one of the areas where Scott Jensen's team was really watching.
Is there an area in the state, Blois, that you can conversely look at and say, okay, this gives us an idea of Republican momentum for turnout?
I think we have to look at the margin in the 1st congressional district. You know, you have that congressional seat down there with Brad Finstead and Jeff Ettinger. Finstead won the special. Ettinger overperformed there. But 4 years ago, Jim Hagedorn barely won that seat with just 50.1 or 2% of the vote. Governor Walz won the 1st district 4 years ago, too. So that's where split ticket voters are. So let's just say that Brad Finstead's margin, gets to much more, and Governor Walz isn't as much. That's where Republicans can, quote, make up votes that they didn't have in 2018.
The county attorney race, very interesting, obviously, with the people who've jumped on board. Martha Holton Dimmick, obviously endorsed by the Minneapolis mayor.
Yep.
Lots of mayors in Hennepin County.
Yep.
And that's a pretty significant lead for Mary Moriarty so far with, 383 of 397 reporting.
This goes to show what party endorsements mean, especially in down ballot races. Mary Moriarty and Dewana Witt were the DFL endorsed candidates.
Mm-hmm.
The DFL does have a machine to get out. And if they get their base out, that helps their endorsed candidates. If you think back just to August, Ilhan Omar barely won that challenge from Don Samuels.
Yep.
But those were all Democrats. And that was kind of the pretense for this. But in reality, if the DFL machine, and I mean that in a good way, like they know who their voters are, they turn them out, they knock on their doors, they get them to the polls, they vote for the endorsed candidate. It's one of the reasons why statewide DFL endorsed candidates have been so frustrated, is because Mark Dayton and Tim Walz were not the endorsed candidate, but yet they won those primaries. So that is reflective there, but we'll keep watching the vote total there, because let's just say if that Hennepin County is down by 100,000 votes or 75,000 votes, that's a big gap that, Tim Walz is going to have to, hold his own in some other parts of the state.
Michelle, let me ask you that about that machine, and I guess the lacking of such a machine on the GOP side with the upheaval with party leadership of the past few years. Tell me about, is that an envious way you look at what the DFL can do, or is there lessons there, or do you feel that your party is moving in the right direction in getting a similar kind of engine going?
You should always learn lessons from people you're in competition with. Obviously, looking at other states and how they have formed their Republican Party. Look at what Kim Reynolds is doing down in Iowa. Having somebody in the governor's office, having a statewide candidate just helps that machine stay in shape. And the big money that flows through a single entity so that they can be focused instead of, with all due respect to the Republican entities that are funding these races, they just don't have the horsepower that Alliance for Better Minnesota has when it comes to let's focus, let's message, and let's get our voters turned out. So I think we get a statewide win here in Minnesota, and then that's what we pivot to, learning the lessons from places like Wisconsin and Iowa, who have turned a blue-purple state to something that is easier to have Republican majorities more consistently.
Susan, there's some results I want you to talk about kind of in Washington County. With 52% of the vote in Washington County, and Governor Walz leads Scott Jensen 49 to 48%. Now, I don't know exactly where those are from, but Tim Walz won Washington County with 52%. Are you surprised that, he's still leading Washington County, but it's obviously tighter than it was 4 years ago. Is that your sense?
I would absolutely need to see where that is, because there's a lot of variation within Washington County.
Got it.
So
fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Adam, just a couple other
Sure,
places.
go ahead.
Winona County with 20% of the precincts in. Again, it depends on where they're from. And Winona County in particular has colleges, college students. We talked about younger voters. They are one of the question marks. Do they show up this year the way they did in 2018 or the way they do in presidential years? So there, Governor Walz is leading Scott Jensen 50-46. Governor Walz won Winona County by 56 with 56% of the vote 4 years ago. So just in those comparisons. And then up in Moorhead, in Clay County, Scott Jensen leads Governor Walz 56-41%. That is a county to watch. Moorhead, again, college town, college is up there. And you also have the DFL has done well there. Tim Walz won Clay County 4 years ago with 53% of the vote. It's an outstate county, but it's populous. And so we're gonna watch that to see if that can hold. Again, we don't know exactly what townships these are from or if it's from Moorhead proper yet, but those are the kind of places we're watching for the details.
We're coming up on 9:27 right now. We're coming up on another CBS News update, an update on the nationwide results. And again, Blois, let me just go right back to you. We talked about it during the last break, how nothing really stands out as anything terribly surprising so far, what we're seeing with the national results.
No, just our neighbors to the east again, Wisconsin with 51% of the vote. Mandela Barnes is leading 50-49%. That is a race that when I talked to people in Wisconsin today, they felt like of the two races, the governor's race there and the Senate race, that the Democrats felt better about the governor's race than they did the Senate race there. A couple other places we're watching, New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is leading 54-43 over the Republican candidate Bolduc. Some folks who work in New Hampshire from the Klobuchar team who know New Hampshire say that New Hampshire kind of resembles Minnesota. It has high college educated, high voter turnout. And if Maggie Hassan was in trouble, then they thought Governor Walz would be in trouble.
Oh, okay. That's good insight. And we're going to get more from CBS News as well. And we'll check in maybe with Governor Tim Pawlenty too, talk about what he's seeing as these results go by. Let me quickly ask both of you on a night like tonight, with the results coming in. Obviously, if you're involved in a Senate race, it's very much more refined than a statewide race, but you seem to live and die with these numbers, and they can change rather quickly, as can the mood. Susan, you first.
Absolutely. I remember in my first election, and I was taking on an incumbent, and I remember the very first precinct that came in was a fairly conservative precinct in Woodbury, and I was like, I won it. And it's like, wow, if I won that one, this might actually have worked. And so you really have to know your community, and you have to know what those districts are like, and you just try to watch it and keep an eye on it. And Blois, to your question, it does look like it was some pretty conservative areas in Washington County.
Got it. Thanks.
And Michelle, is this you going to miss this kind of energy moving forward? Might draw you back in?
Yeah, you miss the people that you develop relationships with, and there's always some excitement around the adrenaline of election night. So yeah, I will miss some of this, but the nice thing is you can do this, in your slippers at home on election night. You don't always have to be in a radio studio.
That's true. That's true. It is different being in a radio studio. As my 13th one, let me tell you that, and Adam's 11th one here on WCCO, we certainly, we understand, and we are grateful for you guys to come in. As I think back to my first one, looking at it from here, it was the night Jesse Ventura won, just so you know. So as the night got later, the surprises got greater, as I like to say.
Well, I liked it. Very nice.
Thanks.
Nice rhyme too. We'll see if that holds true as we get later. Maybe some things will change. But right now, results coming in, big chunk from Hennepin County in the last 15 minutes that has kind of changed things, but lots to go as we go over the results of the Minnesota 2022 election. Let's go live to CBS News for a special report and update on the national races.
Because we won the pitch. She needs to staff up before trafficking hits a traffic jam. So we're going to need research.
So, and it is a pleasure, as it has been for 9 years, to talk about my friends, K&S Heat and Air. I'm going to give you the number right away. 952-697-4328. Why not have them out? K&S, and they'll perform a 100% free in-home presentation and recommend the right Lennox system for you if you need the change for you and your family. especially if you're working at home. But if it turns out you don't need a change whatsoever, then you have them up for the spring and fall tune-up. What happens? They bring a tech out, they make sure you're up to speed, and all of a sudden you are set. What does it cost you? $189. 30 plus years of experience, a great company. 952-697-4328, or, like I do, go online, ksheating.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's time for the Medicare Minute with me, Dave Lee, and my friends from UCare, where together we make the world of Medicare easier. And with me today is Debbie.
Hi, Dave.
Now, Debbie, I know Medicare enrollment is going on, but if someone already has a Medicare plan, do they really need to compare plans?
Well, of course you don't need to, but with your current plan, you might be paying too much for care or prescriptions. Also, you might not have access to benefits or services that would, well, benefit you.
What do you want to look for when comparing?
Look at your current plan benefits, premiums, copays, and provider networks. These things can change from year to year, so it makes sense to check if your current plan is still your best fit.
And if it feels complicated?
We'd be happy to walk you through plan options and help you enroll. That's why we're Decomplicators. Annual enrollment ends December 7th, so don't wait.
Thanks, Debbie. To learn more, visit ucare.org/getmedicare. UCare, people-powered health plans. This paid endorsement brought to you by UCare.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
More results coming in as we keep hitting that refresh button on the Secretary of State's website. And Jason DeRush has also been monitoring tonight. And Jason, you're interested, I think the promo has you saying why you don't understand why people vote on party lines. Well, your call has been answered. It appears that we might have some ticket splitting tonight.
Well, it's not as drastic, at least with all of these Hennepin County numbers, but it is interesting to see that there are people who are voting for Jim Schultz in the Attorney General's race who are not voting for Scott Jensen. Now, there are some different dynamics at play. The governor's race, there are 6 different candidates there, whereas Attorney General, there's no legalized cannabis candidate, legal marijuana. But those people are only taking up 11,000 votes so far. So just consider this. Jim Schultz has 218,000 plus votes so far, with 15% reporting and with a large percentage from Hennepin County. Jensen has 190, shy of 190,000. So that's a 28,000 vote swing. So 28,000 people in Hennepin County said Jim Schultz, yes. Scott Jensen, no. Now, Jensen's totals are close to Kim Crockett's totals.
Yes. Yeah, I see that.
Very close, which, Scott Jensen wasn't campaigning with, no one was campaigning with Kim Crockett, which I think tells you what you need to know about what the Republican candidates thought about Kim Crockett. So for Jensen to be at the same level vote total, obviously we're only at 15%, so we'll see. But this does give you a good idea as to how this played out in Hennepin County, which is the largest chunk of votes we have so far.
Michelle, how about that?
we kind of expected, based on the polling we've seen recently, that Jim Schultz was going to outperform Scott Jensen. So the question remains, is it enough to beat Keith Ellison? And is Jensen going to be enough to take on Tim Walz? These Hennepin County numbers, obviously, big gap, big part of the state, but we haven't seen where Jensen's strengths are coming in yet.
One of the other things, as I look at those comparison numbers, Jason, is that Kim Crockett is actually underperforming totals of Jim Schultz, by 5 points. And those two races are head-to-head races, where in the governor's race, there's 6 tickets, 6 candidates for governor. So there's more places for him to go, but in those other ones, so the true kind of partisan gap there is, that Kim Crockett is underperforming Jim Schultz by 5 points.
Jason, we'll go back to you in a second. Governor Tim Pawlenty on the phone. Let's bring him into the conversation. Governor, I'll ask you about that too. I asked both the senators here, but yeah, you've went through 2 of these election nights where you see the results coming in county by county. How difficult is it to just kind of accept that, okay, these certain parts of the state are going to either help me or hurt me, and just keep focused on the bigger picture?
Yeah, great question. And every campaign, of course, has some areas that they know they're going to win, and the only question is going to be about how much. For example, with Governor Walz, he needs to run up a big margin of safety or victory in Hennepin and Ramsey County, because I think he knows he's going to have some challenges in the rest of the state. So I think his math has to be, a couple 100,000 or more overperformance in Hennepin and Ramsey County to make up for his underperformance in greater Minnesota. And I think this ticket splitting thing that Jason mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, is really one of the stories of the night. To what extent will that more materially develop? But if you have Schultz overperforming, even with just being early results, Jensen by 28,000 votes, that's material. I mean, that's a significant overperformance by Schultz or relative underperformance by Jensen, or some combination of the two as it relates to Republican and persuadable and independent voters. And if that trend continues, obviously that's going to bode well for Schultz and not well for Jensen.
Combination, but what is your gut tell you? What is it? Is it underperforming by Jensen, or is it Schultz overperforming, people dissatisfied with Keith Ellison? Which is it?
Maybe all the above. We'll see as the night unfolds. But one of the main issues, as was mentioned earlier, is crime. And there's a direct line regarding people's concerns about crime and public safety to the Attorney General's office. And I think there's a lot of people who are independent-minded voters who, let's say hypothetically, might be in the suburbs, might be pro-choice, so they vote for Walz, even though maybe they aren't entirely a Democrat on the abortion issue, but could express their frustrations about crime by voting against Ellison or for Schultz. And that may be one dynamic among many that are playing out.
On that note, Governor, the Roe v. Wade decision that comes down in the summer, obviously Democrats seize on that. They make the race about that. Did Scott Jensen do a good enough job to overcome that issue?
Well, if you boil this down to swing voters, again, there's a bunch of people in the state who are pro-life. There's a bunch of people who are pro-choice, and there's no changing their mind on any of that. So they're just going to vote how they're going to vote, and either on one side or the other of that issue in the minds of many voters. But there are some people, particularly in the swing voters, where that's the driving issue. It's maybe not just inflation, not just crime. There's a subset of voters where abortion is the issue for them. And after that Roe v. Wade decision was made earlier in the summer, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the percentage turns out to be, that are going to vote on that issue. And it disproportionately favors the pro-choice perspective. Again, regardless of how we personally feel about it, that's the political science behind it. And, that's a significant amount of votes that could swing towards Walz because of that issue. But again, some of the other votes will swing back towards Jensen or Schultz because of crime or people being frustrated with the economy. So there's more than one thing going on at the same time. There's undercurrents, and undercurrents have to get averaged out or rolled up to see the total effect.
Governor Tim Pawlenty, happy to have him along tonight, and we'll be checking back in with him. Blois, as you've been able to go over some of the numbers while we've been talking with the governor, anything else stand out to you at this point, or anything new coming in?
Yeah, I mean, these are just snapshots. So Murray County, solid Republican county. Jeff Johnson won it with 56% of the vote. 100 precincts in, Scott Jensen is winning it with 70% of the vote. So again, one of the things Republicans are really watching here in greater Minnesota is, are they going to overperform their own numbers from 2018? And in a few greater Minnesota counties, they clearly are. And that is about the same turnout. So just net, Tim Walz comes in at 27% versus, 40% last time. So those are the places where if Scott Jensen has any chance tonight, especially with that big vote total and a more advantageous gap in Hennepin County for the governor, that it appears as though, he's going to have to make it up there. One other kind of number to watch in the attorney general's race is Keith Ellison got 63% of the vote in Hennepin County in 2018. This year in Hennepin County so far, he's running about 70%. So he's doing, I'm sorry, that was a different report there. I'm sorry, I lost the screen, Adam. It went away, but let me see.
Roughly the same, was it, or a little higher? The outperforming his earlier election?
Yeah, it appears as though he's doing a little better in Hennepin County, based on what I can see there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so he got 63%. He's got 65% now. So just a titch. He's doing a little better in Hennepin County than he did 4 years ago. As we continue to kind of look around the state here, we're starting to see a lot of red counties coming in. So in Goodhue County, with just a few votes in, that's down southeast metro Red Wing area. Scott Jensen 57%. Jeff Johnson got 51% last time. You look Wright County, consistent Republican. Scott Jensen 70%. Jeff Johnson got 59% there. So if Republicans continue to kind of turn out in the urban areas, we're going to have to watch those total turnout numbers in Hennepin County. And we don't have any results from Ramsey County, Dakota County, or St. Louis County, where Duluth is, big populous counties. And by the way, back to Clay County, now with 59% in. So now maybe Moorhead proper came in. Tim Walz is now leading in Clay County with 53% of the vote, and he won it with 53%. And there's 59% of precincts reporting in Clay County. That's up by Moorhead.
Michelle, that's encouraging, though. The some of those areas that Jensen outperforming Jeff Johnson in those numbers, that has to be encouraging.
Especially in southern Minnesota, where Tim Walz was well known, and now maybe they've seen a Tim Walz that they didn't know, and that's moving them into the Republican side of the ledger.
Susan, your thoughts as those come in, the lead that the governor can count on in Hennepin counties, Ramsey counties, will it be enough? I guess that's the question, and that's the waiting game, right? That's what we've seen over the last couple of elections, that the blue mirage, the red mirage as they call it, it's the waiting game now.
Right. And I remember in 2020, we were real sure there was going to be a blue wave, and there was, but there was also a red wave. And in some ways they sort of canceled each other out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the waiting game to see, how well that turnout effort worked for everyone involved.
It doesn't appear we have to wait for the new Hennepin County Attorney, Mary Moriarty, I believe, has been declared the winner in that race. So somewhere Joe Freeberg will be celebrating tonight because Mary Moriarty defeats Martha Holton Dimmick, and Mary Moriarty, former public defender in Hennepin County, poised to become the next Hennepin County Attorney.
And that is going to be something that the Hennepin County Attorney has become almost as visible as the Attorney General the last few years, between the killing of George Floyd, and then you start to look at crime in Hennepin County and just the scrutiny there. It's going to be interesting. And let's remember, Mary Moriarty is the former public defender, chief public defender. And so her role is changed. And, she had the DFL endorsement. Martha Holton Dimmick won through the primary, but they could never really get a way to break through in that race. Very few debates. And ultimately, lawyers like to talk about other lawyers. And as you mentioned, Joe Freeberg, but one of the things of whether you're the attorney general or the county attorney, one of your main roles is actually like running a law office. And that makes sure prosecutions go smoothly. You put the right attorneys on the right case. And there were a lot of people who, in the legal community, who question Martha Holton Dimmock's experience in running an office, whereas Mayor Moriarty had run the public defender's office.
Let's do this. Let's take a break. It's 9:47. Adam Carter, Blois, Olson. It is Minnesota Votes. We're also joined by Senators Michelle Benson and Susan Kent. Governor Tim Pawlenty has been chiming in, as has Jason DeRusha. More results coming in, and we're getting a little more detailed analysis to where these votes are coming from and what we could expect as we move through the evening here. 9:47, more to come on Election Night 2022.
This fall, you can help change a life.
Well, I lost my place to live, and I just wasn't able to pay bills anymore and had nowhere to go. And the police offered Union Gospel Mission as a winter safe place. So I slept on the cots for a month, and it was wonderful having a place to stay that was warm, hot showers, a place to do my laundry. Really just having a warm place to stay is like a huge challenge. The first night was, a little bit scary, but, the chaplains and the staff made me feel so welcome. I just knew that this was the right place to be. Before I came to the mission, I was scared. And since being at the mission, I'm humbled.
That's Edwin's story. $2.27 provides one meal and care at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. How many meals and care can you provide? Please donate now online at ugmtc.org/give now. Because hope begins with a meal.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention for just a second?
Morgan's media planning firm just landed a multi-million-dollar client.
Because we won the pitch.
She needs to staff up before trafficking hits a traffic jam.
So we're going to need research, planning, buying, obviously, and probably data analytics.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
You're listening to this Election Night Minnesota Votes special on News Talk 830 WCCO, sponsored by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Tentatively, I would say it looks very, very strong. We know going into this race that there were indicators that it would be strong. One indicator was that the absentee ballot rate was actually slightly higher than in 2018. And 2018, at its time, was considered a record. So we were running even ahead of that for absentee ballots. Now, that's never a guarantee, but it is a signal. It is a sign. So I think at the end of the night here, we're going to have strong turnout and certainly strong relative to other states.
That is Secretary of State Steve Simon speaking from the DFL party headquarters tonight, talking about turnout and about, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that the number of absentee ballots is higher now than it was in 2018 because the pandemic certainly changed everything in 2020 as to people, I guess, discovering the ability to vote by mail and absentee balloting. The significance of that, Blois, when we consider it, though, is this something that you feel like moving forward now in each successive election that we'll see relatively stable numbers of absentee voting, or is it something that you feel more people will do or return traditionally to showing up at the polling place and actually casting a vote in person?
Here in Minnesota, I think it'll stay kind of the trend. One of the things is we had early voting before. It made it easy. Nothing's changed since 2018. But the habits of people. And what I would really note is that it changes the mechanics of running a campaign. The get out the vote efforts and the mail-in ballot efforts on both sides, by the way. Republicans ran a very robust early voting campaign from the party and from certain candidates. And so it changes the spread. Whereas when I started, it was get out the vote from the weekend ahead. And, early voting was maybe a week early, not 5 weeks early. So I think it changes it. It also makes you wonder about all those ads late. Back in the day, you would build your budget back from election day, and you'd make sure you had enough money for the last week and enough money for the second to last week. Well, now if you have that many people voting early, you got to find a way to reach them way earlier in the cycle.
And you're wasting the money, so to speak, at least some of it, when you're spending it late.
The amount of money wasted this cycle is going to be amazing, especially in state legislative races. We have another set of results in a full county another Republican county, Pope County. Scott Jensen wins Pope County 63 to 35% with 100 precincts. And again, I'm doing these comparisons because this is the intensity. Jeff Johnson won that district with 55% of the vote in 2018. So Scott Jensen outperforms Jeff Johnson by 8 points.
Yeah, that's a significant margin. Jason DeRusha has been standing by tonight with some views on what's happening tonight. And we go back to Jason. Jason, chime in here.
Well, just watching a couple local elections in Brooklyn Center, which of course became in the spotlight after police officer Kim Potter killed Dante Wright in a traffic stop. Mike Elliott, the mayor, rose to prominence there as he essentially got in a massive dispute with the city manager. City manager was fired. Police chief was fired. Voters said we did not care for the way that went down, and Mike Elliott got booted from his job. April Graves voted in as the new mayor of Brooklyn Center by a margin.
Wow.
These municipal elections, it looks like about 7,900 people voted. Brooklyn Center, not a huge community. There are just 15,700 registered voters. But anyway, Mike Elliott loses 54 to 46%. And they also had a ballot question there that removed the authority of the mayor to take command of the police. And that charter amendment, very close. And it looks like that charter amendment is approved by 6 votes.
Wow.
Is that, no, my math is wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's, I was going to say, but it's by 36 votes.
Oh, okay.
Very
That's
close.
Still very close.
Very close in Brooklyn Center. 2 other things noteworthy, both Edina and Maple Grove voters agreed to raise the sales tax in those cities. The state legislature gave those communities the authority to raise their sales tax. This is that discussion over, is your community center, basically, this is a hockey mom and dad issue because of the ice rinks, Braemar and the Maple Grove ice rink. But voters in both of those communities pretty handily said, yep, we will agree to raise the sales tax by 0.5%. The theory there being that, people from other communities also use these amenities. So
capture a little of that money when they're spending their dollars at restaurants over there.
You're plugging up my Costco parking lot in Maple Grove. You can chip in a little bit to make the community center a nicer place.
People make decisions with where they shop.
That's right. Good stuff, Jason. Thank you. We'll be listening for more from Jason throughout the night. How worried should Governor Tim Walz be about these county by county races? Which, yes, we know that they were probably going to go Republican, but as you mentioned now a couple of different times, Scott Jensen outperforming Jeff Johnson here.
So we have Hennepin County is 97% in now. So the biggest county is almost fully reported, and turnout does appear to be down, but so is the Republican performance there. So in 2018, Governor Tim Walz took 422,000 votes out of Hennepin County. Right now, he's at about 390,000. Jeff Johnson took 182,000 votes out of Hennepin County. Scott Jensen is at about 148. So turnout in Hennepin County is down based on, journalism math here, about 10%. Give or take a few points. So that will matter. Worried, I don't know, because he did improve his margin there. So, he only won with 67% of the vote 4 years ago. He wins with 70% of the vote here. So overall turnout in Hennepin County appears to be down. And I think the last 3% we're waiting for is from the city of Minneapolis.
From the city of Minneapolis. Okay, so that obviously would add to his results. Let me ask you this about Ramsey County. We still don't have anything from Ramsey County as far as you know, and that would probably tell us what.
Well, I mean, it's always a little late, but they usually come in. We do have we have 3% reporting. Governor Walz is at 66%. Okay. Don't know where they are. Back to Washington County, Senator Kent. We now have 70% reporting. Governor Walz leading Scott Jensen 53 to 45. So the vast majority of the votes are in, and Walz is outperforming by 1 point. And then we have to remember, and we have 2 senators from the suburbs here, that is one of the places where Democrats felt like, especially at the top of the ticket, that they could overperform based on the Dobbs ruling and based on quality of candidates. Senator Kent, your thoughts?
Sorry, I'm sort of like immersed in the numbers as well. Sure. And, again, I would say I'm tracking a few specific races in Washington County, and, there's some big chunks still out.
Okay.
So, I'm never sure when it says 70%. It's like, is that 70% of the precincts?
It's 70% of the precincts
are reporting their entire vote total?
Yes, their entire. Yep.
Okay. So, but those can be smaller precincts, and you're still missing some really big ones.
Yep.
So I think that's what's going on there, because I know Cottage Grove, for example, is still out, and some parts of Woodbury too.
All right, hold that thought. We will take a break here. CBS News coming up to get us up to date on what's happening nationwide. Really no huge surprises across the nation as Republicans hope to take back the U.S. House of Representatives. Hope to do the same in the U.S. Senate. Lots of close races still to be determined. And we're getting more results here from the state of Minnesota.
You're listening to Eye on the...
More coming up after this.
I'm former meteorologist Dave Dahl, and families have trusted me for years to help them plan ahead. When it was time to start planning my final wishes, I trusted the experts at the Cremation Society of Minnesota. By becoming a member now, I made things easier on my family later. The registration process was so simple. We prepare for all kinds of possibilities, but often forget an important one. Ease the burden on your loved ones by becoming a member today at cremationmn.com.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Always live on your radio and streaming wherever you go via the free Odyssey app. News Talk 830 WCCO KMNB HD2 Minneapolis, St. Paul. This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper in Chicago. It is 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls have closed in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. California projected to win the Senate race. Alex Padilla, Democrat, and Gavin Newsom, Democrat, in the governor's race. Idaho projections Senate, Mark Muser, a Republican, and Brad Little, governor. And in Oregon, the Senate is likely Democratic. Washington Senate leans Democratic. CBS News estimates that control of the House leans Republican. CBS News' Stephen Kaufman is monitoring the Arizona races.
Maricopa County judge rejected a lawsuit brought by Republicans Carrie Lake running for governor, Blake Masters, who's challenging the Senate seat held by Mark Kelly. Lake and Masters asked that polling places be allowed to stay open an extra 3 hours to 10 p.m. Arizona time, and that the counting of early ballots be delayed 1 hour till 11 p.m. It's believed their thinking was that most Republican voters wait till Election Day to cast their ballot.
CBS Now characterizes the race for Pennsylvania governor as likely Democrat, and CBS News also projects Democrat Maggie Hassan will win the New Hampshire Senate race. CBS News exit polls show inflation and abortion were the top two issues for many voters in the election. CBS's Margaret Brennan.
I spoke to an economist at Bank of America who pointed out that consumer sentiment right now is in the worst place it has been since the Great Recession, since the financial crisis. And this is even when we've gotten back all the jobs lost in the pandemic. People are exhausted, they are frustrated, and even though the foundations of the economy may be back, they are not feeling like that. In the South and the West, we've seen an economic recovery pretty quickly since the pandemic, not the case in the Midwest and the Northeast.
CBS political consultant Leonard Steinhorn says Democrats are hoping to hold on to at least the Senate.
If you lose both houses as a Democrat, you lose the House and the Senate, you're not going to get much done in government because President Biden has the veto pen, and it's going to be tough for the Republicans to overcome that. But if you hold on to the Senate, if you're a Democrat, you will at least be able to get appointments through and judicial appointments through.
The Weather Channel's Mike Bettis says tropical storm Nicole warnings are posted from Boca Raton to Daytona Beach, Florida.
We know that Nicole's on a collision course with Florida. It's a tropical system now, has a much better presentation on satellite. Winds have increased throughout the day, and it's likely to intensify before landfall late Wednesday into Thursday.
The second day of leaders' speeches at the UN's COP27 climate conference has included bold proposals, recommendations to crack down and standardize net zero claims, and continued discussion about the situation of a jailed pro-democracy activist who was on a hunger and water strike. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
It's election night in Minnesota. This evening, as the vote tallies come in, we'll monitor, update, and provide analysis for every important race in the cities, the state, and beyond. This is a Minnesota Votes Election Night Special, presented by Minnesota Credit Unions. Now, live from our downtown studios at News Talk 830 WCCO, alongside our expert political panelists, Michelle Benson and Susan Kent, here's Blois Olson and Adam Carter.
And we are happy you are with us tonight as we enter our third hour of coverage here on WCCO Radio and on our online properties. You can watch us live here on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and get the cameras up in studio. I had to dress up today. That's a first for me. Being in the radio studio, Blois. So the results are coming in slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, they're coming in.
Yeah.
And obviously not fast enough for what we want.
Right.
But it gives us time to digest the numbers and look at who's performing, how they're performing, and how it relates to previous elections.
It does. So just to reset things where we're at right now, most of Hennepin County is in, and obviously that's a DFL stronghold with a lot of votes. So the Governor Tim Walz is leading with 24% of precincts statewide in. So a lot more precincts to come in populous counties like Ramsey County, Dakota County, Carver County, Anoka County, not in yet. He leads 61 to 35% over Scott Jensen. No third-party candidate there is much over 1%. In the Attorney General's race, Keith Ellison leads 56 to 43%. Again, 30% of precincts in that race. In the Secretary of State's race, Steve Simon leads Kim Crockett 60 to 39%. And then in the state auditor's race, Julie Blaha leads Ryan Wilson 53 to 41%. One of the things we're watching is, in the Attorney General's race and in the Secretary of State's race, there's only two candidates. So those third-party candidates that people may fall to, which may impact very close races, begin to show kind of where that is. But just to put it in perspective, Jim Schultz is at 43% and Scott Jensen's at 35%. So Schultz is outperforming Jensen by about 8 percentage points. And similarly, Steve Simon is really holding his own with Governor Walz. And this is that idea of Minnesotans being ticket splitters. Even in very blue Hennepin County, they are likely to, vote on the person. And I've felt this probably for the last 4 weeks, that the governor would do well in those populous counties. But that's where crime being an issue, that if they're not in love with the governor on crime, then they feel like they can they can cast that protest vote. I want to go to Senator Kent and Senator Benson. We'll start just one thing quick. What do you see as a sign of optimism for the DFL, Senator Kent?
Well, Blois, you asked me when we were coming in earlier about my B side, 47B House race, which is Ethan Cha running against former Representative Kelly Fenton. And that there are only 2 precincts still out, and he is doing really well. I think based on which precincts are out, he should be in really good shape for this one. And as you said, this is a
swing seat.
This is a bellwether district. So
yeah,
it's the
sure.
one that if there were a real red wave, we were nervous about it.
Yep.
But
Got it.
It looks pretty good. He's up 53 to 47 right now.
Senator Benson, one ray of hope for Republicans right now.
Andrew Meyer in Hennepin County, he worked his butt off, and the effort looks like it's paying off. We'll have to, wait till things are finalized. And Elliot Engen, he had run previously, and it looks like he's going to hold that seat. It did get a little better in redistricting, but that's good news.
It's interesting you say that, because up in 36A and B, Elliot Engen versus Susie Strom and Breon Curran versus Heidi Gunderson, that was another bellwether area that people were watching, because it felt like either one of those races could go either way based on quality of candidates and the candidates there. When you're talking to candidates about running for the legislature, what are you looking for, and what are you asking them? What questions are you asking them to answer?
The most important thing is, do they fit the district? Is their gut going to match what most of their voters match? Because that'll make it easier for them to have a sustainable career. Are they willing to do the work? And both Heidi Gunderson, Elliot Engen, and Andrew Meyer were willing to do the work, and their gut seemed to match the voters in their district. They're as conservative as can get elected, I think, in those districts, which for Republican should be the measure.
Susan, kind of as you're talking to candidates who are thinking about running for the legislature, what are you asking them? What are you telling them about what it takes to be a candidate?
I think Michelle covered it in a lot of ways. A lot of it's a reality check. I think people have some sort of view of what it's like out on the campaign trail. And, for a state legislative race, it's just a lot of walking through a lot of neighborhoods and knocking on a lot of doors. It's not glamorous, it's hard work, but it is an amazing experience. And you just want people to be really prepared to do what is required. And it's a lot.
Adam?
We do have a couple of races to call in Minnesota's congressional races. Ilhan Omar has been reelected from Minnesota's 5th congressional district. She had a tougher race in the primary than she did here in the election. Also, we can call the 3rd congressional district. Dean Phillips also reelected tonight. He will head back to Congress. Michelle, is it surprising that the 3rd district wasn't more competitive?
Really, I mean, Dean Phillips is he's a moderate, but with Nancy Pelosi candidate. And as much as I love Wheeler, he's a submariner. My husband was a Navy submariner. I just don't think he had the structure and the push to really take on Dean Phillips, even in this year.
Susie Jones is standing by at Republican headquarters tonight. Susie, you've been talking to some folks in the last few minutes. I know Scott Jensen came out and talked to the folks there. What's been happening there, and what's the mood like as more of these results are coming in?
Well, Adam, as you've been mentioning all night, the results are coming in slow, and I think a lot of people, myself included, who've covered elections before, by this time in the evening, a lot of times we know a little bit more than we know tonight. Obviously, you just mentioned the Dean Phillips race and Ilhan Omar. One other race of note, I mentioned as well earlier, Mary Moriarty winning the Hennepin County attorney position. Earlier tonight, we talked to Jim Schultz, who is, of course, the Republican candidate for Minnesota Attorney General. We asked him how he would get along with county attorneys across the state, specifically Hennepin County attorney, and he told us that he had real concerns about Moriarty and that he might even consider taking steps like changing the law, which might give him more jurisdiction over Hennepin County, where he might be able to step in and actually work on cases that she may not have considered sending over to his office. So we'll see if he wins, and she has apparently won, what kind of relationship that makes for in the coming months. So that's one thing. But the crowd is still big here, Adam and Blois, and the candidates have come and gone and will come back again, I'm sure. But it seems like it's going to be a late night.
All right, that's Susie Jones at Republican headquarters, and they've got the map of Wisconsin up on one of the TVs, Blois, and that's we're obviously we've got a lot of listeners in Western Wisconsin, and a couple of tight races over there. What are you hearing about what's happening over in Wisconsin?
So we do have a newsletter in Wisconsin called Wisconsin Take, and so we've been watching this very closely. And what I can tell you is that early in the day, Democrats were very worried about turnout in Milwaukee County and in Dane County, two Democratic strongholds. But as results come in, and as I talk to and text to people over there, what I'm seeing is that Tony Evers is leading Tim Michaels 51 to 47% with 67% of the vote in. With the same 67% in, Senator Ron Johnson is leading Mandela Barnes. So again, in Wisconsin, we have some ticket splitting that's about 1 to 2 points. Late in the day, Democrats started to feel a little better when results started to come in. And it might be something we're seeing similar in Minnesota, is where the suburbs are holding their own for Democrats. And that's something that a trend that started in 2016, held in 2018 and 2020 with kind of the Trump phenomenon. And it looks like that, in Wisconsin as well as Minnesota, they might be doing that as well.
And we have two senators with us from suburban districts. So, Susan, I'll start with you. Is that surprising to you that we're seeing that those kind of trends in the suburbs stay the same here?
It really isn't, in listening to people in my community. And it is pretty interesting, looking at the way the numbers are coming in my own district. The Nicole Mitchell is the Senate candidate, DFL Senate candidate, who's running to replace me. And looks like she's won every precinct on the B side, which is the conservative side. It's and that's consistent with what I've been hearing. And it's all the issues we were talking about. It is about schools. Schools are incredibly important in these communities. And they know that when the state doesn't keep up with funding, and I know people roll their eyes when we talk about funding, but they know that it comes back to our property taxes, because we want that kind of quality education, and it's going to come back at the local level. They want us to take care of climate change and pay attention to science, and these are priorities that DFLers continue to stand for, and that's why it's resonating. Not to mention, choice is a big issue.
Crime is a big issue, though, too, Michelle. And do you feel like that message is not being heard as well, or the message just wasn't conveyed enough by the candidates so far this year?
Every district's going to have to, go through their own analysis. Thought we had a pretty good candidate out there. So let's see how things shake out once absentee ballots are completely included and we certify these races. I think the AG's race is going to be the best indicator of if the crime message is something that Minnesotans care about.
Susan, on that note, yeah.
Just on the crime issue. Crime is important. And I've told the story. My neighbor and friend who lives 2 doors down from me, her car was stolen from her driveway on a Saturday afternoon while she was unloading groceries, and it made Metro News. And so this is not something that any of us are unfamiliar with, and it's also not something that we don't take seriously. DFLers have tried to support funding for local governments to support local police. That's how that happens in a difficult time. And so it is not that we're not taking it seriously. It is not that we're not answering it and addressing it. We absolutely are. We have solutions, and we've been talking to people in our neighborhoods about it. But it's not that there's one issue that people are concerned about for themselves and their families. There are a lot of things that are important.
Running down the state races that we have so far, again, this is with about 33% of the vote in 50 of 87 counties, 1,380 out of 4,100 precincts reporting in the state. Governor Tim Walz, Peggy Flanagan, 58%. Scott Jensen, Matt Burke, 38%. That's in the governor's race, obviously. Steve Simon with a 60% in the Secretary of State race over Kim Crockett with just shy of 40%. In the state auditor's race, we haven't mentioned much tonight. 53%, Julie Blaha, Ryan Wilson with 41%. And attorney general race, Keith Ellison at this point, 56% to 43% with Jim Schultz. Again, that's 50 of 87 counties, about 33.6% of precincts reporting in the state, Blois.
Yeah. And as we start to look at this legislative battle, it is very close in two very watched races. One up in Anoka County, where incumbent Jim Abler is running against Democrat Carrie Rehauer. This is a district changed deeply by redistricting. With 29 of 30 precincts in, Senator Abler has a less than 300 vote lead, 50 to 49. Now, in the East Metro, a Senate seat vacated by Carla Bigham is very close. Not as many precincts in here, but it's down to 5 votes in the Senate District 41 between Tom Dipel and Judy Seeberger. So the control of the legislature usually comes down to, in total across the state, just a few thousand votes. Yeah. And when you have legislative districts that are that close, then you start to have recounts. And so we may not know control of the legislature. And if Republicans pick up one or both of those, the Democrats' path to back to the majority in Minnesota gets more difficult.
And those are races too, by the way, that I saw lots of television ads for. And I don't ever remember seeing that many television ads, I guess, for state Senate races, even in areas where, obviously I know some of those names being in this job, but a lot of people probably aren't familiar with those names. Like, why am I seeing these ads?
I think it's one of those things that if Senate DFLers are really impactful and successful tonight, nobody will question it. But Senator Ken, I got to ask you, because it was one of those things that when Senate DFLers said they were going to spend nearly $3 million on broadcast TV, where the vast, vast, vast majority of the people who saw those ads were not going to be able to vote in those races. What was the logic there, or was it
money well spent?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think you're exactly right, Blois. We'll know for sure, if not by the end of the night, sometime in the next day or two. But I'm a former media buyer. That's what my initial career was. And so when I heard about this, I asked that exact same question, right? And the reality is, if we want to reach people with enough reach and frequency, as we say in the business, broadcast is part of that. And when you look at the lineup of the races that we have, it is a narrow path. It's not like there were a whole bunch of districts that if we threw money in them, we really think they'd be ours, or if we did or didn't, that we're pretty sure would be ours, that it would make that much of a difference. Again, we shall see. But I did ask some pretty tough questions when I first heard about this strategy, and was pretty comfortable with the approach.
Senator Benson, fundraising is obviously a big part of the game. There weren't that many Senate races in play, but one of the places that was in play and Republicans have wanted to win for a long time is the Iron Range. Can you talk about kind of how Republicans looked at the Iron Range this year and the kind of investment? Because when I was up there was significant investment by Republicans on the range this year.
And after some of those legacy Democrats decided to move on, particularly with the loss of Senator Tomassoni and the retirement of Senator Bach, the blue collar, we hunt, we fish, we usually go to church.
Yeah.
They felt out of place with some of the Metro Democrat issues.
Yep.
And so that made them gainable by Republicans. There's no certainty that they're staying with us because, well, Republicans have moved significantly on if you're a blue collar union and there's competition for your union on a work site, we have no problem with unions. The right to work issue in Minnesota is something that hasn't been raised in a decade. And so I think union workers, particularly in some strongholds on the range, were very comfortable then having a conversation with Republicans about values that overlap. They want to go to work. Mining was an issue. What's interesting, wanting to open the mines up north was a conversation point, but as I'm knocking on some doors in Anoka County, said, I'm with you on taxes and all of these things, but how are you going to protect the boundary waters? And so threading that needle is going to be an important part of the conversation in Minnesota's economy.
We do have some results in from Anoka County and from your area, Senator Benson. So not to throw you on the spot here, but it looks like up in one of the bellwethers, Representative Zach Stevenson versus Representative John Heinrich. Looks like Zach Stevenson's going to win that race 52-47. That was one of the races that we were watching. And that is where we just talked about Senator Abler leading. And that's a place where people are clearly splitting tickets. Then in your neighborhood, it looks like Representative Donald Raleigh, with 100% of the precincts in, has lost to Matt Norris.
Yeah.
That seemed like a stretch for Democrats.
It felt like a stretch. And then as we started to see more intensity towards the end, I think it became an area of concern. And so, I think Don did a lot of work to try to reach out to voters. And so I've been messaging with some folks, some after action on what's going on in Anoka County. And if Republicans want to stay strong in a place that's traditionally been a Republican stronghold, we're just going to have some really straightforward conversations.
Yeah, Anoka County is one of those places where Governor Walz did really well last time, with 97% of precincts reporting in Anoka County. Scott Jensen leads Tim Walz 49-48%. Now, Tim Walz won Anoka County last time with 48%. So Scott Jensen makes some progress there, but it's not like Anoka County, which, was the home and birthplace of Jesse Ventura's victory, in a place where Republicans had done well. It seems to be getting a little more purple, Susan.
I agree. It's consistent with, what we are seeing in a lot of the suburbs. And, if you start with Hennepin and Ramsey, and then you kind of move to Washington, and then parts of Dakota and parts of Anoka, you feel the evolution spreading, if you will. And, and I think this is a conversation too about candidates and how common sense, middle of the road they are versus if they're more extreme. And, Representative Raleigh is a fairly hard line conservative.
Yep.
And, that is harder for some of the more middle of the road voters in suburbs to accept. And I think that's what is happening, that we're starting to see in some of these races.
Speaking of some of those races, the congressional races, we haven't really talked about, other than Dean Phillips wins in the 3rd district. Ilhan Omar wins in the 5th district. We'll update you on the rest of those congressional races when we return. 10:23, more after this.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
For over 10 years, Advantage Seamless Gutters has been replacing and installing gutters in all of Minnesota and western Wisconsin with a customer experience that's second to none. No matter what the design or type of gutters, Advantage Seamless Gutters will help you get the gutter system that's right for you. Advantage Seamless Gutters is also the largest dealer of Valor Gutter Guard in the country, offering the most advanced clog-free gutter system available. To schedule a free estimate, visit AdvantageSeamlessGutters.com. Advantage Seamless Gutters. Experience the advantage.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Denny Long here for Linda's Construction. Join Andy Lindas and me on Saturday for the Home Improvement Show by Linda's Construction. We'll be taking your home improvement questions by phone and text Saturday's 9 o'clock hour on 830 WCCO.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/news, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/news. That's getrefunds.com/news.
This is an election night special. Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO. Presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Well, we were going to come back and update you on some congressional races. We still may do that, but the governor's race apparently is over in the state of Minnesota. The Associated Press and the Star Tribune calling it. Governor Tim Walz has been reelected for another term as governor of Minnesota, Blois. That coming in rather quickly tonight.
It is coming in quickly. There's 37% of precincts reported, but Hennepin County, Washington County, Ramsey County starting to come in. Well, Scott Jensen's doing well in running up the margin in greater Minnesota. There are places where Tim Walz is outperforming his previous numbers. So it really depends on what turnout ultimately is in these. I think the percentage wise right now, it says 57 to 39%. One of the factors that we were watching was how much third-party candidates garnered. And right now they are garnering under 5%, 4%. That's where they were in the polls. And sometimes late voters who aren't happy with either gubernatorial candidate go there. But one of the things we are seeing, and we just talked about it with our analysts, is that in the suburbs, Democrats are doing better, or they're winning seats that Republicans had hoped to win. And I think that is where, when you look at the battery of issues, from abortion to crime to inflation, it looks like those places where Republicans thought crime and inflation would do well in the suburbs, that actually, they didn't do as well. And the Democrats are holding their own. Now, there's a lot of factors in those legislative races, but, Washington County, which we've been watching, Tim Walz won, is leading 54 to 44% with 86% reporting, and he won with 52. So he's outperforming his numbers from the suburbs before, and that's where Republicans knew they had to make inroads. Again, it's where the people live. We can talk about intensity, but intensity only helps so much if there's not that many people in a county.
Susan, your reaction? Governor Tim Walz reelected.
Well, obviously, I am thrilled that Governor Walz will continue to lead our state for another term. I think he has had, he has been a steady leader. When you look at other states, some went all the way in locking everything down for a long time. Other states left everything wide open, and he really tried to work for a healthy middle. And I think Minnesota generally fared as well as could be expected in a historic, terrible time. And people I know in my community see that. And I think that's probably what a lot of people are resonating to. And I also think that they recognize that there was a lot of, I'll just say, discomfort with things they were hearing from Scott Jensen. And that was not something they were willing to gamble on.
And on that note, Michelle Benson, you ran for governor. Obviously, how big an opportunity did Republicans miss tonight in battling a governor who had the vulnerabilities in many areas?
And this was, again, a historic year. 2010 was the first time I ran. Emmer lost, and a couple of fumbles, I think, made the difference for Tom Emmer in 2010 in the Tea Party wave. And then in this year's election, I think there were some things that could have tightened up a lot earlier. And so I think Minnesota Republicans have some real gut checking to do. We can talk about money, we can talk about machine, but we also have to talk about message and how that operates. And so there's going to have to be some real serious sit downs if Minnesotans are going to take an opportunity like this, learn the lessons we need, and get better.
We have a minute until the update. Top of mind, the first issue where Republicans need to get better. What would it be?
Fundraising, candidate quality, not just bifurcating the state into greater Minnesota suburbs and the core metro. And so I don't know exactly what that looks like, but my gut is everybody got comfortable with greater Minnesota. I grew up out there. And if you listen to folks in greater Minnesota, there are Trump signs all over. And they didn't understand how Donald Trump didn't outperform his 2016 ballot. And so there's got to be some real straightforward conversation in Minnesota.
Adam, quick update here.
Yeah.
CD2, Tyler Kistner leads Angie Craig 50 to 46 with 28% reporting. The late Paula Overby has 3% of the vote.
All right, let's get into those congressional races. But Governor Tim Walz has been reelected governor of the state of Minnesota. One of the many results coming in tonight across the nation. Let's go live to CBS News for an update, and then we'll get you up to date on some congressional races. All right, well, we'll take it back here. Let's update. So you just mentioned that is shaping up to be a very tight race in Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. Give us the numbers again, Blois, if you would.
District 2, Tyler Kistner is leading 50 to 46% of the vote over Angie Craig, the incumbent. Paula Overby, who passed away just a few weeks ago, still on the ballot in the legalized marijuana now party, has 3% of the vote. There's only 28% of the precincts in. And I'll have to go back and look at Dakota County, which obviously we're watching very closely. Will come in late. Dakota County is going to be the bellwether there, but looking at some of the legislative races there, it looks like parts of Dakota County in the Lakeville, the southern part of Dakota County are in, but maybe the northern parts, Egan, South St. Paul, that part that leads a little more blue is maybe not in. In the 1st congressional district with 35% of the precincts in, Brad Finstead leads Jeff Ettinger 57 to 30. 58. It literally changed while we were sitting here. 58 to 37%. Betty McCollum is reelected. We talked about Dean Phillips being reelected. Ilhan Omar is reelected. It looks like Tom Emmer will be reelected. So only the 2nd congressional district remains competitive, which is interesting. After redistricting, Minnesota just didn't have. And just a few years ago, we had 3 or 4 targeted national congressional races.
Right.
And so I think that is part of this dynamic of greater Minnesota getting more red, the suburbs and urban core getting a little more blue, because Dean Phillips wins handily. And it was just 4 years ago, we were sitting here wondering if he could defeat Eric Paulson.
Yeah, absolutely. That the switches there, remarkable, which is why I guess I'm a little surprised that the 3rd wasn't more competitive, but things change every 2 years. And I mean, I get it that Dean Phillips is somebody who's a moderate, which is almost a swear word on Capitol Hill nowadays.
Yeah.
But that is comfortable enough in that district.
There's a couple things about the 3rd district that we have to take out. First of all, high voter turnout for a congressional district, one of the highest in the country. 2, Dean Phillips positioning himself as a moderate is something that has frustrated Republicans, and it frustrated his opponent, Tom Weiler. Tom Weiler underperforms the numbers from 2 years ago tonight. Dean Phillips overperforms by 3 or 4 percentage points, his number there. Things to think about in the 3rd district: highly college educated, women very pro-choice in the 3rd district and very passionate about it. And the last thing I'll say is, if there's one place in Minnesota and one place in the country, one of those places in the country where resilience to inflation is real, it is the 3rd district in Minnesota. There's just let's face it, it's a wealthy district, and there's parts of it that aren't wealthy, but those are already solidly Democratic. And so I think that's one of the things we saw. I saw some polls a few weeks ago where, Tim Walz was outperforming his 2018 numbers in the 3rd district, and Dean Phillips was outperforming his numbers. And that's when I started to see that, it was going to be really tough for Scott Jensen if he couldn't make inroads in the 3rd. And based on just these indexes, that would appear to be the case.
Let's do this. Let's get a break in now. So it appears that our sources over there at DFL headquarters say that the governor will be speaking soon here. So let's take a break. Governor Tim Walz reelected tonight. That's the headline so far at 10:35. More with results and analysis after this.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
If you were having trouble with your furnace last year, think ahead to this year. We all know what a struggle it has been getting things on time. AMI has furnace systems in-house to get you set up ASAP. Best trained technicians in the Twin Cities area, no question. They've been in business since 1985. Say no more. Doing things the right way, not the easy way. That is their mission statement, specializing in heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, water treatment, drain, and duct cleaning. ThinkAMI.com.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code HUGE for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code HUGE. Use code HUGE for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Governor Tim Walz has been reelected. The Associated Press calling that race for Governor Tim Walz defeating Scott Jensen and Blois. We were just talking here before we get to Governor Pawlenty. There's some other statewide races where it seems like other candidates have larger leads than the governor did, but those have not been called yet. And what's the reasoning behind that?
For instance, Steve Simon is outperforming Governor Walz, but it hasn't been called. I think they're waiting to see where the votes are coming in. I'm looking at the first district, which has, an independent streak of swing tickets, split tickets. The Attorney General's race expected to be closer. We're going there, but it would seem like they'll all kind of fall into place, once they have it. One of the things in the governor's race, it might not be Governor Walz's performance. It may be Scott Jensen's underperformance. And where the votes are that gave them that. I've always wanted to be in the room at AP when somebody says, I'm going to be there. We know Gene LaHammer used to do it. And so I kind of want to know who at AP is making the call right now. But obviously there is DFL overperformance in the suburbs. And now we can go to former Governor Tim Pawlenty.
Yeah.
Governor Tim Pawlenty, thanks for joining us tonight. From, I'm sure, the comfort of your home. But what do you think Governor Walz, if he's been declared the winner, what do you think he has the opportunity or needs to do in his second term?
Well, I think from his perspective, he would like to continue on with what he's articulated as priorities. And I think one of those will be education. I think there's a lot of work to be done. From my standpoint, it's reform. I think from his standpoint, it's probably funding. They want to get quote unquote full funding, even though that's a little bit of a broad definition. I think if he's got a Republican Senate and a Republican House, being able to try to navigate. I had that when I was governor for a big chunk of time, a legislature of the opposite party. And your agenda is going to change because the idea that he's going to get in there with a Republican Republican Senate perhaps, and a Republican House perhaps, and ram through anything you'd consider to be a progressive agenda, that kind of goes out the window. So you're going to have to get pretty pragmatic in a big hurry.
Governor Adam Carter here. I asked Senator Benson this before the break. It seemed to me that there were plenty of vulnerabilities for Governor Walz. So how much of this is Scott Jensen underperforming, and was he the wrong candidate for this election?
Well, the way I look at it is, there's an advantage for Democrats built into the political demographic cake in Minnesota. It varies from cycle to cycle, but let's say on the low end it's 2%, on the high end it's 5%. I think it's fair to say Governor Walz's team thought they were going to win this race by about 5%, and much of the public polling suggested that that was at least going to be 5%. So if you kind of benchmark against what's the built-in advantage versus the overperformance, to say that he overperformed, he'd probably have to win by 4 or more. And if it gets up to 8 or 9, that's a pretty big overperformance. If it's 2 or 3, it's sort of the standard Democrat, advantage. I do think this was a Republican year, so I think the Republicans are going to have to decide and look in the mirror and say, if we lost and we barely lost, that's one thing. But if we had the best Republican year in 20 years and you lose by, 6-7%, whatever it turns out to be, that's a pretty sobering message to the Republican Party in Minnesota.
Governor Plenty, Blois here. One other thing that we're seeing is that Governor Walz overperformed his 2018 numbers in the suburbs specifically, including legislative seats in Anoka County that DFLers thought were a stretch to win, that they're going to win and maybe even pick up 1 or 2 seats in a place like in Anoka County. Is the suburbs is that a place where this idea that Donald Trump didn't do well in the suburbs in 2020? Is it the issues or is it the candidates?
I think it's a little of both, Blois. It's always both, and it's the year as well, and macro forces. And so, just setting aside the macro issue for a minute and focusing on issues, I don't think there's any doubt that there's some percentage of voters in the suburbs who are pro-choice, who voted for Governor Walz. These are swing voter types, ticket splitter types, because of the abortion issue. I think the Republicans were hopeful that that would be at least offset, and then some by the crime issue, but that may not be fully the case, as we'll see as we get into the results more fully. And then I also think Governor Walz, whether people agree with it or not, projects a different profile, or tries to, than what you'd consider to be the modern day progressives or the modern day woke. I think a lot of people, again, rightly or wrongly, perceived him as somewhat less, quote unquote, radical than where the Democratic Party as a whole is headed. And he may be benefiting from that brand distinction or differentiation compared to some other Democrats as well.
Governor, the state Republican Party, the most difficult challenge facing them is what?
Losing statewide elections for 2 decades.
And how do they fix that?
If you keep coming, and we'll see. I think there's, I'm not in front of the television screen at the moment or on my laptop, so I don't know how Schultz is doing at the moment. But, if Schultz pulls it out, it's maybe a little different analysis. But, on a statewide basis, obviously legislative and congressional districts are different because there are pockets of strength for one party or the other. But on a statewide basis, if the marketplace is telling you for 20 years, we reject your product every cycle in and cycle out, then you either have to get a different product or a different message or both. And there is a roadmap for how Republicans win in light blue places like Minnesota or blue places like Minnesota, but the party hasn't yet been willing to adopt that roadmap or that playbook to actually win. Maybe this will do it, but I've been saying that for 20 years.
Governor, thank you so much for the time. Maybe we'll check in with you in a little bit, but we appreciate it.
All right, Adam, you got it. Have a good rest of the night.
That's Governor Tim Pawlenty. Betty McCollum has been declared the winner in the 4th congressional district. Not a terrible surprise there, but another congressional race decided. And it seems that all of them are fairly decisive tonight, with the exception, Blois, of that 2nd district, which we expected.
And yet from a Dakota County.
Not surprised
I'm going to
there
ask
either.
the
I've
former
lived-
governor why he didn't fix that while he was governor.
I've lived in Dakota County almost my entire life. And
But if let's just be clear here.
Yeah.
Based on Democrats doing well in suburbs and Dakota County being a place where Angie Craig needs to perform really well, that those results in that second congressional district race are far from over. One county that Governor that he won before was that Anoka County. So just to put it in perspective, Scott Jensen has won Anoka County, but he only won it by 2,000 votes. Governor Walz won it in 2018. That's the first county that Senator Jensen has flipped. Senator Benson, you're from there. Anoka County has changed, but it still felt like Republicans thought, you know what, we're going to do pretty well here because there's an independent blue collar streak in Anoka County.
Absolutely. Our county board is conservative. We've got mayors of our larger communities, Blaine and Coon Rapids in particular, conservative. There has been a lot more move in to those areas, particularly Blaine. And so I think Anoka County is changing. And if conservatives want to retain places like Anoka County, the message has to meet the voters.
No, I think that's true. Senator Kent, as you start to think about, Washington County and the way in which the campaigns were run out there, legislative campaigns, I saw a lot of mail in your district, but it was mostly attack mail from both sides against the opponent. Does that mean that voters kind of just throw it in the recycling bin and move on and get to know the candidates? Or is it ultimately the issues? Is it the issues or the candidates that you think matter more in an environment like this?
I don't think we have enough time for me to share my real thoughts on negative campaigning and issues and how we communicate with our voters. It really is unfortunate. I think all this negative advertising is what I call legal voter suppression, because I think it just turns people off and they say my vote doesn't matter in the faces of all of this. It's really interesting because in my district, I used to live on the B side, but now I live on the A side because the boundary switched. And so I got no mail this time, and that's the first. So it is just such a very different experience when you live in that kind of district. Unfortunately, and we've seen so much. And I'll say this, in 2020, I was on the other public radio station with Paul Gazelka when we were both caucus leaders together. And he said on NPR, Senator Kent doesn't support defunding the police, but that didn't stop the Republican caucus from spending hundreds of thousands of dollars telling my community that I did.
Right.
It's dishonest and there's too much of it, but it works. It has an effect on voters. And so, I know we would love to not do that. We would love to focus on our visions for the future. That's what candidates get to do at the doors and in different appearances. But, unfortunately, so much of the campaigning has become so negative, and we can't, DFL can't unilaterally disarm.
Right.
At this point, we just all need to do better, and we all need to step up to it.
Got it. Adam?
Speaking of negativity, let's bring Jason DeRusha into the conversation. He's been monitoring all night with some on some local races. Jason, 2 hours and 15 minutes after the polls closed, we have a gubernatorial winner. Not fast enough for you.
Well, no, it's not fast enough. What? This is only controversial to the political insiders sitting in that room. The rest of the world is saying, how is Dakota County at 0%?
I think you need to do DeRusha Investigates and get to the bottom of it.
Well, I'm sure they're being careful. They're being cautious, right? Let's hope. But it's a little surprising. I will say Jim Abler has won the Republican in a very close race. 186 votes separate Jim Abler and Carrie Rayrauer, which I learned how to say her name from that television
from
ad.
the TV ad. Yep. You know, Jason,
I'm an advocate of ads. I don't know what you guys are doing, talking about how it's a waste of money.
all the ads all the time. More on radio
More
is what
on
I
radio,
say.
yes, by all means.
By all means. Jason,
But
you
that's
know,
a very interesting race.
it is a very interesting race because it looks like the DFLers will win both those House seats in that district. And I mentioned this a few weeks ago that when I talked to people on the ground there, they felt like Jim Abler was outworking Kerry Rewa, that he was more well-known, and that on the one side of the district, you had two state reps running against each other, Representative Heinrich and Representative Stevenson, which was going to be a bellwether, and not by a huge margin, but by a healthy margin. Representative Stevenson won that district. And I went to the 4th of July parade in Coon Rapids because that was the sense that it was a bellwether. And I will tell you that Coon Rapids looked a lot different than it did 10 years ago. It was more diverse. It was even more working class than it was when I grew up. And I started to look at the people at the parade and start to talk. And this is where I think Democrats felt good about getting those voters out.
Well, I look at Maple Grove, Warren Limmer, who has been the state senator here for a long time, won re-election by, you look at the percentages and you say, well, he won re-election by almost 10 percentage points. But he really only won by 4,400 votes against a DFL candidate who is essentially unknown in the district. And so that does tell you that some of the preconceptions about the suburbs and the Twin Cities are changing. And I also will say, there's been discussion among the panel about whether we think it's candidates or issues. The Republicans put forward an absolutely ridiculous campaign for governor. Matt Burke, who was beloved by Minnesota, largely presented himself as an arrogant jerk in interviews, including an interview with me. This is the first time I've said.
I don't know if he was a beloved figure in Minnesota, though. I think the campaign for marriage equality set a lot of people off on Matt Burke ahead before this run.
Maybe so, but a lot of yes. And how did he answer questions about that? Not well.
Not an issue.
Scott Jensen was largely running a campaign about COVID. And I don't think if the Republicans wanted a chance to win in this campaign, most suburban swing voters who could have been persuaded on crime, they felt like crime was sort of a side discussion. And Scott Jensen was playing the COVID hits. I think most people in Minnesota wanted a discussion about the future. How do we get our kids caught up in school? Not this nonstop discussion about, the closures and the masks and this sort of stuff. I don't think that's where the voters were.
Michelle
Bad
Benson.
candidates.
Michelle Benson, your response to that?
Felt right on. There needed to be some guardrails and messaging on the campaign, and we talked about candidate discipline. I think it just came too late.
I mean, I don't want to just rehash what I wrote in February, but on the day after the caucuses,
please rehash.
I said Scott Jensen is the clear front runner to this race, and he needs to find discipline. And that is the message here. But I think it's more than that. And I will say that because I believe that when you look at some of these suburban legislative races and Governor Walz's overperformance there, that it wasn't just about the person, it was about the issues. I think even though I was curious if abortion and a woman's right to choose would hold the attention of suburban voters for 5 months of constant TV. And it appears that it did, because in the 3rd district, a very pro-choice district, Dean Phillips and Tim Walz overperformed themselves. And one of the reasons we talked about AP calling this early. So one of the things you're looking at here is I had in my mind that if whoever got to 1.1 million votes first could win. And what I would say is Governor Walz is currently at 859. Scott Jensen's at 623,000. That starts to say that there's not enough votes in populous counties for Scott Jensen to come back. Now, we still do have Dakota County out. We have some populous counties out, but we'll watch him closely here in the next couple hours.
Jason, thank you. We'll maybe hear from you again as we await Dakota County.
Very good. I'm standing by for them.
I know.
Walls, this was
Why don't you
updated.
drive over there?
I mean, we could probably get the results quicker that way, right? Aitkin County, nothing so far. Dakota, nothing. Ramsey is always slow, of course, right? And just a surprising number of counties with no results in yet.
Very good. Jason DeRusha from the Northwest Metro. By the way, we do have a little schedule here. We'll get in a break here for the top of the hour because apparently we've got Jensen to have a concession speech in about 5 to 10 minutes. I assume that's going to be in front of Governor Walz making a victory speech.
I would
So
agree.
let's do that. Let's take a break now and get you caught up. We also are monitoring some other races here as Governor Tim Walz reelected tonight. We're still waiting on a lot of others, though. Stay tuned. More results coming.
This fall, you can help change a life.
I got a very addictive personality, and I started smoking weed at age 11. I started doing acid and stuff by the time I was 13. Well, I married a great woman, and we were married for 28 years, together for 31. And then she passed away. I knew I'd go out of control, and there's only two options. I would have ended up in prison or jail or dead. I knew I needed to do long-term inpatient treatment. So CRC was great for me. It's great for me every day. My biggest challenge before I came to the mission was trying to stay positive and thinking that there was still life for me ahead. It's amazing. I don't know if I would have been successful in any other treatment center like I am now.
That's Jean's story. $2.27 provides one meal and care at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. How many meals and care can you provide? Please donate now online at ugmtc.org/give now. Because hope begins with a meal.
For snoring and sleep apnea sufferers, our practice is different. Not only because we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea treatment available, but also because we search for the true root of your problem by taking your diagnosis a few very important steps further than typical sleep centers can. About 80% of snoring and sleep apnea sufferers have blockage in both their throat and their nose. Understanding this is key to giving us our best chance at solving your problem. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where outside-of-the-box thinking has made us a global destination for those with snoring and sleep apnea issues. With thousands of our patients now breathing well and living better, we believe we can help you. Our concept is simple. If you're going to get your best sleep, you have to be able to breathe well. Go to adventknows.com to schedule an appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
A great doctor can make all the difference. Once you find one, you don't want to give them up. I'm Vanita Sakar, and that's the reason nearly all, as in 96% of Minnesota providers are in UCare's Medicare network. So you can keep your doctor and get the same in-network coverage nationwide so you're free to travel. It's another way UCare empowers you by making your plan benefits more accessible and flexible. UCare, people-powered health plans. Shop plans at ucare.org/getmedicare. This paid endorsement brought to you by UCare.
Hey everybody, it's Richard from Wiper Mitsubishi, where you can drive the new Outlander with 1.9 financing for 36 months. And it's Black Friday all month long. Right now, get a free 55-inch TV or $299 Visa gift card when you finance with us. Hey, let's go to Wiper Mitsubishi. See the White Bear for details.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays,
This
buy from a
is
local
Eye on the
farm.
World.
WCCO. One thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's yours?
Okay, let's go to Republican headquarters. Scott Jensen making a concession speech. Let's go to him live here.
Go into the voting booth and actually vote on what affects you. So if it's abortion, and that we find out later, and we will find out.
We'll effort to get Scott Jensen. Scott, again, the headline tonight: Tim Walz has been reelected to another term as governor, and we just got a schedule from our folks at Republican headquarters that Scott Jensen was going to give a speech. Let's go to Scott Jensen now here.
To get gas in our tanks. Imagine if we didn't have a voice saying that what we're doing to our kids is wrong. When we tell parents that they don't get to decide what vaccinations their kids get or don't get, Imagine if there wasn't a voice pushing back against it. Imagine if there wasn't a voice pushing back against our kids being told that what you do or what you accomplish isn't related to your effort, but instead it's related to the externals about you. But we haven't been willing to let Minnesota imagine such a thing, because that would be a travesty. So everybody in this room has come alongside of Matt Burke and Scott Jensen and our entire team and said, we're not going to imagine such a world, because we're going to demand that we help shape the conversation. And folks, we have done that. We have shaped the conversation for nearly 2 years. We have said inflation can be fought against. We have said education can be done so much better. We have said that crime is out of control, that when you don't even track carjackings prior to Tim Walz coming on board, and now we have 780 carjackings in 2021, we cannot imagine a countering voice not being present. That's what we together tonight are. We're a collective voice that has helped shape the conversation. But I will say this, the irony is deafening. The irony that where Matt and I spent so much time in the urban areas trying to elevate the message of what's happening, that when you do the things that were done, when you lock kids out of school, the groups that you're hurting the most are so often those who live in densely urban populations.
We're listening right now to Dr. Scott Jensen.
Okay, that's Scott Jensen talking about, I guess, giving a concession speech, talking about shaping the conversation, Blois, and that the irony is deafening. I'm not sure where he's headed on that one, but
well, I mean, I think, he's still talking about COVID, and he lost.
Yeah.
He was talking about COVID last night. And as I mentioned earlier, one of my frustrations with both candidates was that neither one of them stayed disciplined on the future of the state. And one of the things that's, becoming clear is that Governor Walz is going to win by a healthy margin. I mean, I think ultimately it will close to be a closer race, but I think, Scott Jensen, just didn't have what it took. And I will say this, you always you're hoping for a closer race if you're following it, but there were moments in this race where, feeding our future, where Governor Walz didn't have the right answer for several days. The crime issue, where Governor Walz didn't talk about it till it was kind of late, that you thought, well, maybe this is kind of breaking. And what I think this is evident of is that I felt like Minnesotans were kind of numb. They didn't want to talk about politics. They didn't have as many signs out this year. They really weren't as robust publicly or vocally as, the Twitter bubble or those of us who have to fill content on the radio every day. But in reality, they showed up and they voted, and they voted strongly with Democrats in the suburbs. And I have to say that the abortion issue had to have been a motivator. I think the Democratic machine was a motivator. But in the end, one of the dynamics that independent voters may have decided is that an undisciplined candidate like Scott Jensen was too much, and maybe a little too much like Donald Trump, and they didn't want to deal with that again. Chris, we're going.
Let's go back to Scott Jensen now. We got the feedback.
Increasing skills across the board. She once thought that she was an introvert. She's not. This girl's no introvert. We've been together 44 years and she still rocks my world. Folks, we're in this together. We'll keep watching the numbers, but don't imagine that your voice ever gets to stop. We're shaping the conversation. We're changing Minnesota. We're changing the world. Thank you.
All right, that the tail end there, Scott Jensen thanking his wife Mary too. Let me ask you, Senator Benson, shaping the conversation, but the conversation should have been a different one, right? If Scott Jensen wanted to have a better night than tonight.
And Scott wanted to talk about the things that he wanted to talk about, and to talk about the issues that he tried to elevate, and that's what that speech sounded like to me. I think it's going to be a hard day for him to wake up tomorrow. And I think any campaign that you put this much effort into and then come up short, he's going to have some time to evaluate what his message meant and why it didn't stick with Minnesotans. Blois was talking about fewer signs, and maybe people are just sort of done with the anger, vitriol, etc. I'll tell you, I watch cooking's a hobby. I stress bake, and
I stress eat, so
yeah,
get along well.
Stress baking.
It's gonna work really
I should
well.
have brought some stress baking tonight.
Senator. Next time,
Next time we'll do stress baking. But watching Food Network shows, watching YouTube videos about cooking with my daughter, the abortion ads were almost constant.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was happening in other states, because I'm seeing Ohio. JD Vance was a Trump candidate. First he was not Trump, then he was Trump. But
Right.
It looks like he's going to win. So let's see where some of this shakes out. So was it, again, I've lived in a few other states.
Yep.
My husband was in the Navy, 9 moves, 5 years. Minnesota really is kind of different.
It is.
And so let's figure out, I think Republicans have to do some really deep dive into, are we different? Are we unicorns? Or are we just off?
Well, we are seeing in Wisconsin where Tony Evers it looks like he's going to squeak out a re-election win. And that's a state where he was trailing in polls. And so it may not just be Minnesota. It may be a Midwestern theme, or that suburban voters are there. But Senator Kent, you've lived other places. You have seen this. What is it about Minnesota, or what is it that you saw? Because, oh, by the way, those ads within the cooking shows, I'll just say, my daughter was watching the Kardashians the other day on Hulu, and I picked up tons of political ads through Hulu, which she was like, this is really annoying. And of course, she can't skip them and she can't vote. Susan?
My stress strategy involves the Hallmark Channel, and it's Countdown to Christmas, in case anybody's wondering. And there's a lot of political ads on that one too. Yeah, it's funny because I have lived other places, and living in Texas for a lot of years was really interesting because voter turnout's much lower there, but for so many years, everybody felt like their vote didn't count at all, and not even in local races, and which is obviously a big difference here. And so I do think that makes a difference. But then I go to Dallas all the time now, taking care of my mother, and seeing the Beto signs all over it's pretty amazing. And seeing some of those changes over my lifetime has been pretty phenomenal.
I was in Arizona just a few weeks ago, and I will just say, one of the things I'm grateful for in Minnesota is that we can't put signs in the right of way. Because in Texas and Arizona, you can put signs wherever you want, which is not an indicator of actual support if it's not in somebody's yard.
I should note that we didn't catch all of Scott Jensen's speech, or Matt Berg spoke for him. Neither one offered congratulations to Governor Walz or Peggy Flanagan.
Yeah.
And I think Scott Jensen also said we'll keep watching the numbers, so there's no real concession there.
Correct. But I will say this, I asked Dr. Jensen a couple times during the election if he'd accept the results. He was always clear about it.
Right.
And by the way, if the margin is what the margin looks like it's going to be, I don't think there's going to be any doubt. Adam?
Let's do this. Let's take a break, get caught up 11:09. We're waiting on Governor Walz to make a speech here. And then a break and have the governor when we return on WCCO.
When I was younger, I may have did some stupid things, even committed some crimes. But I am not a criminal.
Youth Advocate Programs is a community-based alternative to youth incarceration, congregate placement, and neighborhood violence. Learn how at yapinc.org.
In-depth coverage, on-point discussions. News Talk 830, WCCO, KMNB HD2, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Odyssey Station.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes which breed in standing water transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is an election night special. Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO, presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
1110 News Talk 830 WCCO. Adam Carter, Blois Olson, Senators Susan Kent and Michelle Benson. Jason DeRush has been chiming in, former Governor Tim Pawlenty. We're awaiting Governor Tim Walz, who is about to step to the podium and declare victory. He has been reelected tonight. That race called a little less than an hour ago here by the Associated Press. And Scott Jensen just spoke a little bit ago. So did Matt Burke. And quickly, Michelle, the future for Scott Jensen and or Matt Burke in the Republican Party and politically.
I think they have to decide if they're going to stay on this same message and just dive deeper in. I don't know that it's going to be effective to win in this year if their mission wasn't effective to win. But I'll tell you what, if they want to focus on how you change the culture, if they can find a way to bring in young people, if they can put some of this energy into getting the next generation interested in Republican Party politics. And I have to say, there were some dinging on Matt Burke. He sincerely cares what happens to kids. I mean, he started a school.
Yep.
His kids are in private schools and public schools. And so he can take that energy and put it into alternative education. The Wednesdays at his schools, kids are learning to change oil. They're getting life skills. And so there's something there that is absolutely worth bringing back. That we got to find a place for people who want to contribute that way.
Governor speaking, is that right yet? Let's wait on that. Let's just wait until the governor speaks. Apparently the governor had to take a call from President Biden, who called to congratulate him. President Biden not in Minnesota ahead of this election. The relationship that Democrats who are running for re-election, their relationship, Susan, with the president, touchy one in the lead up to this evening.
Oh, I don't know. I think a lot is made of that,
Yeah.
but I don't believe this was a race that people were really concerned about in the
Right.
Democratic Party. I think they were really focused a lot more on the tighter races and congressional races, trying to give the Democrats a chance to have the majorities. And so I think, again, and I obviously worked with Senator Jensen. He and I co-authored some gun bills together that he later apologized for. And, I'm listening to Michelle and I appreciate her points, and I think she makes some very good ones. But this can't just be a marketing exercise. Part of the challenge for Dr. Jensen is that where is his core in terms of his fundamental beliefs and values? Because we've seen some pretty big things make some pretty big changes. And it feels like he keeps trying to move to fit some sort of target. And, I just feel like that's what a lot of Minnesotans had trouble with.
Blois, let me ask you this before we get to the governor. So much of this, Governor Pawlenty talked about how he was governor with 2 houses under Democratic control. Do we know yet, as you look at the numbers, about state legislative, how this is shaking out for both houses of the state legislature?
We don't have a clear picture yet. We talked about, at least one House pickup in Anoka County for Democrats. It looks like all the other races are very competitive. We're just starting to see parts of St. Louis County come in that will include the Iron Range and parts like that. So no, we don't know the makeup of the legislature. What I would say is there's no red wave in Minnesota. And what I would say is that the suburbs are going to stop it. I think the legislative majorities could remain the same or slimmer, or, I said the, nightmare on Halloween, I wrote that we could have a tie in the Minnesota House, 67-67. It is Minnesota and odd things do happen, and that would give us plenty of content for the next year, but I don't know that I want that kind of content. So we don't know. But here's what I can say is that you start to look at the margins in some of these other races statewide. So Keith Ellison is now with 63% of precincts in. He's leading 52-47. Steve Simon is leading 57-43. So Steve Simon's outperforming Keith Ellison. I raise those two races because there's no third-party candidates in those races.
In either one. Right.
In either one. And that's where Keith Ellison is underperforming Governor Walz by about 3 points, and Jim Schultz is overperforming Scott Jensen by about 6 points. The last thing I'll say is, in the polls, the numbers showed that third-party candidates in the race for governor would get about 4%. That usually inches up. It usually is last-minute deciders, or they're disgusted with both the two major party candidates. What I can tell you is that's right at about 3%. And so third-party candidates may be underperforming ever. Republicans were hoping third-party candidates got to 6-7% because they thought that would hurt Walz, especially with two legalized marijuana now candidates there. But let's be clear. Governor Walz in his last election and in this election was very clear that he supports the legalization of marijuana. That's a populist issue. It's passed in places like South Dakota. It's a libertarian issue for conservatives. So those third-party candidates that previously had pulled the 3, 4, 5 percentage points in some races did not do that in the governor's race this year.
Michelle, you had I thought you had some reaction there to that. How long are we going to? By the way, we've got two legalized marijuana parties. How long is the shelf life for those two parties, especially if action is taken to legalize marijuana in the state?
Yeah, I don't think the shelf life is long. One of those parties achieved major party status in the last statewide race as well, so they get another shot at being a major party in the next statewide race, and then the other one doesn't. But let me look at the auditor's race. Yeah, there's one candidate, third-party candidate has 3.6%. But just in that race, Julie Blaha is ahead 49-44. So she's kind of bringing up the rear of the DFL train as far as performance goes right now.
Yeah, that's the closest race of the ones at least updated. And then again, it looks like we got about 63% of the vote in. Let's do this since we did skip past a bunch of breaks last hour. Let's try to get caught up. Again, we're waiting for Governor Tim Walz, his victory speech that hopefully momentarily after this break, it is Minnesota Votes on WCCO.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
Jefferson Lines makes it easy to go home this Thanksgiving. Experience convenient, affordable, and reliable service to thousands of destinations across the Midwest and beyond while riding comfortably in the newest and cleanest motor coaches. Sit back and relax in our reclining leather seats as you connect to Jefferson's free passenger Wi-Fi and charging outlets. Prices for Minneapolis to Fargo start as low as $37. Hurry, seats are going fast. Visit jeffersonlines.com to reserve your seat today. Jefferson Lines, your #1 bus experience in Minnesota.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Denny Long here for Lindus Construction. Join Andy Lindus and me on Saturday for the Home Improvement Show by Lindus Construction. We'll be taking your home improvement questions by phone and text Saturdays 9 o'clock hour on 830 WCCO.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
All right, let's jump in here.
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Governor Tim Walz is at the podium at DFL headquarters.
Climate change, and we've made it as Minnesotans. You talked about the idea that we use and say one Minnesota. It means everyone is valued. Everyone matters. So tonight we've chosen democracy. We've chosen to trust women. We've chosen to invest in our children. We've chosen to address climate change. And we've made it loud and clear, as long as this administration is in this office, this is a union state. As Lieutenant Governor said, we do so much better when we find our common ground. We know that there's been a lot of division. We know these last few years have been challenging. They've been challenging on COVID. They've been challenging in our political discourse. But Minnesotans made a conscious choice tonight to choose a positive future, to choose one where our better days lie ahead, to choose one that rejects the negative, divisive politics and chooses the whole path of each and every one of us to be the best we possibly can. None of us do this alone. None of us live in communities on an island. None of us do it by ourselves. And I'm going to be the first to tell you, on this journey and the privilege of serving your governor, I'm just glad I have been surrounded by incredible partners. First of all, Minnesota's incredible First Lady Gwen Walz and my wife. And we're just unabashedly pretty proud of two really great kids, Hope and Gus. Now, some of you have heard me say this. Behind every governor, there's an astonished mother-in-law. That mother-in-law is here tonight, Gwen's parents, Val and Lynn Whipple. And I've got a pretty special treat, someone pretty obviously important in my life. When I was a teenager and my little brother was 8, my dad died of cancer. My mom, Darlene, was a stay-at-home mom. She was left with a mountain of medical bills and not much else other than a fierce love of her family and a fierce desire to pick herself up and make things work. So if you would do me a pleasure, please welcome my mom, Darlene Walz.
Okay, that was Governor Tim Walz there, re-elected tonight, defeating Dr. Scott Jensen. Blois Olson is here, Senator Susan Kent and Senator Michelle Benson also with us tonight. Senator Benson, let me ask you this. You worked with Governor Walz, you worked with Governor Dayton. Other Republicans we've had on the station, like Kurt Dowd comes to mind, talking about he had a great relationship with Governor Dayton, how they battled, but always it didn't seem the same when he talked about his relationship with Governor Walz, and whether that's just the politics of the business at the current time we were in. But tell me about that, about working, if this one Minnesota that Governor Walz wants to put forth, are there people on the other side of the aisle that can work with him, that can move forward here and get things done for Minnesota?
One of the things that I respected about Mark Dayton, you knew he was a partisan, but when you walked in the room, he knew something about you. He always greeted me and asked how my kids were. We'd go to breakfast at the governor's mansion, and the first 30 minutes were just talking. So it would be members of the majority and the minority. And then the oatmeal would get cleared and the dogs would leave, and there would be a conversation about what was going to happen. So Governor Dayton did have that strength. The power to convene, the governor's power to convene, was something he did well. I did not see the same thing in Tim Walz. And frankly, when I was planning, it's late at night and you're all done with your day and you're like, you know what? One of the things that I would have done as governor is make sure the majority minority people on both sides of the aisle come around that table. And I would recommend to Governor Walz that he do more of that. When we were first elected and he was the new governor, he said, good open lines of communication, but then that started to deteriorate. And I think some of his team is really political and they're a little more Washington than Minnesota.
Okay.
So my advice to him, he won tonight, so he can do what he's going to do. My advice would be for him to get people around that table. And yes, his family does live there. That might be a little awkward, but there is space in the Capitol. He could bring together those leaders for that Monday morning once a month and say, these are the issues I see coming, but let's have, in this case, oatmeal or really good bacon was on the menu.
That's not the only. That's not the only time I've heard that, Senator Kent. Does the governor need to maybe a little to do a little better effort in that area?
It's hard to assess because we had COVID in the middle of all of this, and I see him as being a really personable guy. Things got real toxic during COVID. And I have to say, I remember listening to some of the rhetoric on the Senate floor, and it's not helpful. It's not conducive to basically call somebody a tyrant and think you're going to have bacon. And the bacon's really good at the governor's residence. I've had those breakfasts myself. But I think Michelle's point is a very good one. I do think everybody needs to try to do some sort of reset here and start fresh. We don't know what the makeup of the legislature is going to be. Whatever it's going to be darn close. And try to see if we can set some of the drama and the negativity and the hostility that surrounded so much of the pandemic. And let's see if we can't focus on the future, focus on the people of Minnesota and their needs, and breakfast might be a good way to start.
Go ahead, Blois. We got CBS update coming up in about 3 minutes, but
sure. No, I think this is one of the things I've heard from DFLers who have been longtime legislators that there isn't as sophisticated, or it's not as relationship based, and it's not just the governor, but it's his legislative team that they're not as engaged. Now, COVID did change a lot, but I want to reflect back. One of the things that I'll probably write about in the next couple of days is 4 years ago, Governor Walz ran on One Minnesota. And, the Star Tribune headline today was voters go to the poll in a deeply divided state. We don't know what the legislative makeup's going to be right now, but people are going to want things to get done. There's that surplus sitting there. There's schools to deal with. And I think that just the kind of mood of Minnesota is that we still want to see some things get done. So I do think it'll be interesting how he approaches if the legislature is still controlled one body or both by Republicans, because we could still be at a stalemate. And by the way, as I look through these legislative races, we're not going to know tonight. It's going to be a late night in the legislature.
On that note, a friend from Fox 9, Karen Scullen, tweeting just a few moments ago, Dakota County confirming they had to drive results to Hastings to be counted, awaiting more info. Stand by. Obviously, that's very important in the 2nd congressional district race.
And there's some legislative districts down there that are competitive too. But I'm looking at the Iron Range, for instance, 2 reps paired together, Spencer Argo and Julie Sandstead, 57%
You're listening
reporting.
to Eye on the World with John.
And 51%, 48% in favor of Spencer Argo. So still half the ballots out, and it's a 51-48 race.
By the way, Tom Emmer reelected tonight.
Yep.
That race confirmed.
Michelle Fischbach,
that race confirmed. So still waiting on the 1st, correct? And the 8th?
Yeah. I think Brad Finstead's expected to win. As I look at results in those 2 districts, the first, Finstead with 68% reporting leads 56-40. And in the 8th, Pete Stauber leads 55-44 over Jen Schultz.
And Do we see any more confirmation on the Secretary of State race? I believe
CNN, called
it for
that
Steve
race.
Simon. I mean, he's got a significant lead.
He's over 1 million votes, and he's probably going to get to 1.1. And 1.1 million was my threshold at the Fluence model that anybody who got to 1.1 was likely to win. And he does have a sizable lead there. Similarly, he is out, he's outperforming Keith Ellison by almost 100,000 votes. Excuse me. And so then you also have, I'm just doing quick math here. It looks like there's more votes in the Secretary of State's race than the Attorney General's race. And there is drop off. There is drop off historically down ballot. People will vote for governor, or they will skip one where they think they don't want to vote for either one of them.
That's what it is, or
that's what it is.
Get lazy and just don't want to fill out that last zero. I don't know. 11:30 News Talk 830 WCCO. We're getting the results as fast as we can and giving them to you. The headline tonight: Governor Tim Walz has been reelected. We heard from the governor. Also heard from Dr. Scott Jensen earlier tonight. More after this. Stay tuned on WCCO.
How I usually describe an in-office procedure is that it's the highest.
Special report, Campaign 2022, America Decides.
CBS News is now characterizing the U.S. Senate race between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania as leaning Democratic. The Oz campaign has asked reporters to leave the place where he was expected to speak and says there are no plans for him to appear tonight. And CBS News is now characterizing the U.S. Senate and governor's races in Arizona as leaning Democratic. CBS News continues to characterize the U.S. House as leaning Republican. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
This is something the White House has anticipated. Remember, they began staffing up over the summer in anticipation of the Republicans taking control of the House, hiring a new batch of lawyers and communicators to get ready to counter the offensive that's coming from the GOP. The White House and the president the last few days signaling they understand it perhaps is too difficult to hold the House.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
All right, Christopher, thank you very much. CBS News update, 11:32 as we roll on with Minnesota votes here tonight. Jason DeRusha, of course, you hear him every weekday, 3 to 6. Jason, we've been going to you for some interesting takes tonight, and you also had some local races that you've been delving into from your expansive basement studio there. What stands out to you? Obviously, the governor's race stands out. Anything else right now? You did get the update before the break here about Dakota County having to drive ballots to a certain location. That's got to make you feel good.
I mean, I'm sure that Dakota County has a good explanation why they have not put it on the Dakota County Twitter or Facebook or website is another question. I just think in a time like this, and I understand that this is maybe not how these counties are all built, but each county has a public facing media representative, and your residents are sitting there refreshing. I think it's a little embarrassing there's not more information given just to make people feel a little better about knowing, hey, here's why we're doing what we're doing. I think that would be nice. I was keeping an eye for our audience in Wisconsin.
Yep.
On a very, very close race over there. And again, you're looking and there's going to be there's going to be some fascinating analysis of this, because the candidates in Wisconsin and the climate, if you think things are overheated here in Wisconsin, you have Tony Evers, a Democratic governor, and a very right-wing Republican legislature over there. And what you're seeing right now is almost a dead heat between Tony Evers and Tim Michels. Very, very close, about 50 to 49%. On the Senate side, though, Ron Johnson, the Republican incumbent, starting to pull away. He has 51.5%. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, with 48.4%. All sorts of different dynamics there. Ron Johnson, one of the Trumpiest senators in the U.S. Senate. Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor, not making it close for sure, but Ron Johnson was a very vulnerable senator. At least people thought he was. So very interesting results. And again, apparently people splitting. I cannot imagine the profile of the voter unless it's a straight up racist who is voting for Tony Evers and Ron Johnson. Could you find two more opposite politically people? But Mandela Barnes, a black man, perhaps that's a factor in a certain number of voters. I don't know, but if you can paint me the picture of the person who says, yes, I'm for Tony Evers and Ron Johnson, I'd love to meet that person.
Jason, I've been watching Wisconsin closely as well, and Republicans felt really good these last couple of weeks. But as late as this afternoon, I started to see some numbers, and they started to say, well, we're not so sure anymore. And one of the things that is clear is that voters, independent voters in particular, they think differently about who's going to be the governor of their state and who's going to be the U.S. senator. There is a different mentality. And in Wisconsin, that might be 2 to 3%, but that might be just that difference. And, and you go to suburban places. The other thing is, you could have somebody who really feels like that Mandela Barnes, who really stumbled on crime issues, very much so in Wisconsin, that was their issue, but that maybe Tony Evers didn't stumble on crime issues the way Mandela Barnes did. So there is this Midwest populism, and Ron Johnson was probably a little more populist than Mandela Barnes.
By the way, there's an anti-Milwaukee scenario that plays out in Wisconsin as well. As someone who lived in Milwaukee for several years, the rest of the state hates Milwaukee and Milwaukee politicians especially. So that's an interesting dynamic as well.
Jason, we talk often about the norms of political discourse and the norms of how things and how that's been really thrown out the window given the last 6 or so years. I'm curious as to your reaction to Scott Jensen's speech, just because I get it that when a race gets called relatively early in the night and you're still looking at your map saying, boy, we've got a lot of votes to come. But just curious as to if you're not offended isn't the right word, or just upset that, we can't even in that moment say, I've called the governor, wished him well, or I don't know. Am I making too much about that?
I think it's a valid issue. I'd be curious from the two retiring state senators, their perspective on that. For me as a voter, it sort of illuminates some of the issues that I vocalized earlier with Scott Jensen and Matt Burke. They're playing the hits to their base. Yeah. Their base loves that. It's, we're going to count every vote. We're going to wait. Well, of course you're going to do that. But you're down by 10 percentage points right now with 70% of the vote in. Come on, man.
Yeah, reactions, Michelle.
I just think losing is a really hard thing, and to do so gracefully is very difficult. And so
people have done it for generations, though. It's not that difficult.
I know
it's not that difficult.
And maybe I'm just but I wouldn't even expect a Democrat to just say, okay, done. But I think a concession
down by 10%.
I think
if walls were down 10%,
I think if I could speak, a concession call would be in order, even if you're not going to stand up in front of a room and all of the press. But I think a call to say, good fight. I appreciate it. And I wish you well.
We don't know that hasn't happened either.
But you always need to leave your political opponent with some grace. You always need to say to them, I wish you well for the sake of Minnesotans. If you can't do it for their own sake, do it for the sake of Minnesotans. And so I think a concession call, even if you're not going to stand up in a ballroom.
Susan?
I do think at the gubernatorial level, being able to stand up and make an official concession speech is appropriate. And especially in this time when we have people who are planting seeds of doubt about election results and calling into question, whether or not the election results are credible when there's no evidence that there's a problem. it's more important than ever that people are really clear about our democratic processes, and we have elections and we have results, and losers lose graciously and winners also win graciously. And all of that is about keeping the people front of mind, because that's how you have a healthy opportunity to move forward and get back to work.
And we do know that. Scott Jensen apparently has not called Tim Walz yet, so I corrected that.
I'm working on that.
Okay.
Trying to figure that out if there has been a phone call made. Hey, as we look around the state, Adam, just some other kind of areas we're watching. Olmsted County, Homer Rochester, with 75% of precincts in. Tim Walz is leading Scott Jensen there 55 to 43%. And Tim Walz won Olmsted County with 54%. So there's another place where Walz is overperforming. Very populous county. We're still waiting. We only have about 47% of the precincts reporting in St. Louis County, home of Duluth. But that's a place where Walz is, again, overperforming, 62 compared to 61% 4 years ago. So the interesting thing is that some of the things Republicans wanted to happen did happen. And some of the things Democrats were worried about, like turnout and margin in the suburbs, went their way. And this becomes a math question, right? Is where are the voters? What counties are the voters in? I remember a lunch with Ken Martin in July of 2017, before the 2018 governor's race. And I said to him, how do you feel about next year? And he said, look, we've got what we need in the metro. We can lose all the counties around the state. I don't know what that says about kind of the spirit of the state or how we feel about uniting the state, but Democrats have done that tonight, and that's probably going to be there. In the race we thought would be the closest, the attorney general's race, Keith Ellison is leading 52 to 48. Now, there's still a lot of votes out, including Dakota County, but
they're in Dakota County. A lot of those numbers have come in just within the last couple minutes. And so about 80% of Dakota County is in, and that's given Angie Craig a little bit of breathing room here. Angie Craig, with this newest kind of dump of votes from Dakota County, has a lead of about 4% over Tyler Kistner. So those results coming in, and these results also from Dakota County have tightened up the percentages here between Julie Blaha, the DFL state auditor, and Ryan Wilson. This is now about a little under 3 percentage points separate the two. And in the attorney general's race, same thing, has shown that tightening up. Keith Ellison with a lead here. So these numbers, certainly in Ellison, his percentage is 51.6% to 48.3%. So that is a very tight race there as well. So these Dakota County numbers, still not fully in, but making a significant difference in the totals that we're seeing, both in that U.S. rep race and in these close races on the state constitutional level, state auditor and attorney general. 83% of Dakota County coming in just at 11:31 p.m.
Just to put it in perspective, there's only 30% of, or 30 precincts of 257 remaining in District 2. So that looks pretty good for
that's up to
Angie Craig.
88% now.
Yeah,
that I'm seeing.
88%
Yep.
reporting there. And that, I tweeted this out a little bit ago. If Dakota County continued the trend that we saw in other suburban counties and suburban areas where the DFLers were doing really well, that meant that, it was going to fare pretty well for Angie Craig. And that's a top 10 race. And on the national scale, that's a race that Republicans were very confident about that they would win, which would have, potentially propelled Republicans to the majority. But that's something we're watching closely nationally as well, is that how big, or do Republicans take the majority nationally?
Yeah, and we were watching those trends earlier, and certainly nothing jumped out at us to say that would not be the case, that Republicans would take control of the U.S. House. But the Senate, certainly, that still very much hangs in the balance, as a lot of these races are very close, and some of them, Pennsylvania, Georgia, come to mind, that we may not know for a couple of days. Blois, you had something to add there?
Both Pennsylvania and Georgia are leaning Democratic, according to the national experts, and Democrats do lead in both of those races.
And also the governor's race in Arizona, too, I believe, leans Democratic at this point.
It does. There's only about half the vote in. We also know that
they extended
the vote by 3 hours in Arizona. If you want to watch what's going to be on cable news for the next 3 weeks.
Shocking. 11:45. Let's do this. Take a break here and then come back and toss it around again to figure out what kind of results we can expect before we wrap things up tonight on Minnesota Votes here on WCCO.
WCCO Live Election Night coverage is brought to you by the Minnesota Credit Unions. Over 2 million members strong, serving diverse communities in rural and urban Minnesota.
Often the size of the fish grows each time you tell the story. The roller coaster gets a little taller, and the starry night sky gets even starrier. That's because the magic of some Minnesota moments is hard to put into words. The memories that become part fact, part feeling, but 100% real. Plan your dream trip at exploreminnesota.com. Sponsored by Explore Minnesota Tourism, aired by the Minnesota Broadcasters Association and this station.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know
This
me, it's
is
probably
Eye on the
because I'm not
World
famous.
with John Batchelor
But I did
on
start a
News
men's
Talk
grooming company
830
called Harry's.
WCCO.
The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
I'm CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg. Travelers ask me all the time about ways to take aches and pains out of travel. The simple answer? Pack a box of Salonpas pain-relieving patches. In a clinical study, people that used these Salonpas patches reported having less pain with improvement in mood, sleep, and the ability to work. 9 out of 10 reported using less or a lot less oral pain medicines. Leave pain at home with Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Direct's coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Fall is upon us. Get out and enjoy life and all that Minnesota has to offer pain-free. Mike Max here for the Good Feet Store. 855-554-3338. Do like I did and try the Good Feet Arch Support System. My pain went away. It works because the Good Feet Arch Support System is designed to put the foot in the ideal position to align the foot and the body. You got to get out. Start walking and getting around. It's time to leave the house. Boy, I tell you, the perfect time to get the Good Feet inserted into your shoes. I don't have pain in my hip and knees anymore. If you're on your feet a lot, and even if you're sitting for long periods of time in the bleachers or desk, it's taking a toll. It's time to talk to the people of the Good Feet Arch Support System. Good Feet Store is here for you. You can use the Good Feet Arch Support System in all your shoes, hunting boots, work boots, and more. 4 great metro locations: Burnsville, Bloomington, Maple Grove, and Maplewood. Open by appointment only fittings. Call to make an appointment. 855-554-3338. 855-554-3338. The Good Feet Store today.
This is an election night special. Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO. Presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Well, we're going to keep this party going because we still have some results that have yet to be determined. And by the way, I should add, Adam Carter, Blois Olson, Senator Susan Kent, Michelle Benson, cast of thousands, Jason DeRusha at his home in Maple Grove. Great staff behind the scenes. Big thank you to all the folks making this happen tonight, not only on air, but you can see us on our digital properties as well. That would be, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. We've all got WCCO places to go online as well. So check us out. And don't forget tomorrow, when even get off the air early in the morning hours here, Vanita will have all the latest stuff on the morning news, the WCCO morning news, and then that 9 to noon show, which I'm a big fan of, Adam and Jordana. Check that
And
out,
I
too.
was in the meeting where you said, I'm working the next day because that's when there's stuff to talk
There will
about.
be stuff to talk about, and I think we'll have stuff to talk about.
We'll
We got a
have
lot of stuff to talk about right now before the top of the hour here, midnight. And that you all were talking during the break about some important legislative races that have been decided or are shaping up to at least have a result come in or two tonight, boys.
Yeah, it is interesting. There's a few different races. 2 races that Republicans thought that they would win, even if the members of the new caucus wouldn't caucus with Republicans. One is in the East Metro with Mark Pashofsky. Looks like he's going to lose to Josiah Hill. And then down in the Shakopee area, Eric Mortensen, who's kind of been a rogue member of the Republican Party, it looks he has lost to Brad Tabke, a former rep who returned. Now, those were races where I will just say it out loud. Some of the mail was outrageous.
Oh,
ridiculous. No, like even for Minnesota, like we were talking, some of the mail there, and you start to think about this is the most expensive race in Minnesota history, and I will say that Republicans did have outside resources, especially in the legislative races, and so there is going to be this question about if that wasn't it in this year, what's it going to take? And by the way, those races start to stack up as the Democrats have a better chance of holding control of the House. And so that's one piece. The second piece that we're still going to wait on here is with the 2 senators is, are there any Senate races? I mean, we're still waiting for the Iron Range. I'm watching there. I'm still looking in Dakota County, trying to get through some of these races. But are there any Senate races that you think are going to determine, control of the Senate? I'll go to you, Senator Kent, first.
So the ones that I've been looking at are, we're still waiting to hear Senate District 3, which is up, Senator Bach's district, Grant Hochschild. And then a nail biter in Washington County is Judy Seeberger.
Okay.
And she, last I looked, she was up, but it's right on the bubble.
Okay.
But then Rob Kupek in Senate District 4, which was Kent Eakin's district, last I looked was leading with a pretty good margin. So there are some pickup opportunities here, and also last I saw Heather Gustafson was leading Roger Chamberlain, which would be another pickup. So.
Senator Benson, as you look at some of those races, obviously Republicans very focused on those races, but it looks like, with 90%, so we still have precincts out in Roger Chamberlain's district. Those are the races where Republicans did feel good about their incumbents in those races. And the neighboring Senate district, Jim Abler just wins a squeaker. Any sense of the race or the candidates or the competition in some of those races?
And so Roger Chamberlain's district was on a watch,
Yep.
The entire time, and just doing the work wasn't enough. And so, that one is particularly hard. Roger and I were in the same freshman class, and so that one was tough. That was the last campaign thing I did this morning, was to go outside waving for Roger. So that one's a challenge. But if we can get Dipple down in Hastings, again, Dakota County, if we can pick that up, there's a shot that we do have a Republican majority in the Senate.
Yeah, no, I'm getting some info here. The other seat is the late David Tomassoni's seat, Senate District 7. Rob Farnsworth leads Ben DiNucci, the Democrat, DiNucci being the Democrat, with 62% reporting. It's 53-46. And that was the other big seat that Republicans were hoping to flip.
Yeah.
So holding on to those seats is obviously, or trying to win those seats is critical to make up or to match some of those suburban flips.
And Rob is a great candidate, and I think this was his third.
Yep, he ran for the
run,
House before.
and that seat had changed. The Democrat Party moved away from what the citizens of that seat would have, that Senate district would have voted for. So Thomasoni was safe as long as he was there.
No, absolutely. And I think those, and we're watching those House races up there as well, because you have the two reps running against each other, Julie Sandstein, and why can't I think of his name? Spencer Igo, sorry. Igo leads in that district 53-41. But, you know, as you start to wonder where are those races coming in, the other race up there on the range, the Republican House members were, you know, optimistic about was Senate District, or was District 7B, where Dave Lislebegard, the incumbent DFLer, leads 51-49 over Matt Norrie. And there's about 56% of the precincts reporting there. So like Dakota County, we're still waiting for votes to come in from the range. And their excuse is they actually have some miles to travel. They have ground to cover to get their ballots in. Susan Kent.
I would just follow up. You were talking about that the ballots in Dakota County needed to travel to Hastings.
Be driven to Hastings.
The Hastings ballots also have not been counted yet. So it must have been a
So we don't know. Maybe there's a traffic jam in Hastings tonight. Maybe maybe on the bridge there's a problem in Hastings. Could you guys work from South St. Paul to help out those folks down in Hastings a little more?
That's not my problem anymore. I'm south of South St. Paul.
You're an ex-urban.
I'm way out in Rosemont now.
Yeah.
So I've been checking the results from Rosemont too, that they've come in. So 11:56 News Talk 830 WCCO. We're going to keep things going for at least another hour here, as we still have some races that have yet to be determined, including the Attorney General's race, right? We've got the Attorney General's race still yet to be determined.
Yep.
State Auditor. So Republicans still could have a victory. They still could get that first statewide victory since 2006. And let me ask you both the senators we have with us. We talked about, how Democrats feel safe, dealing with the metro area and relying on that, and Republicans feel confident in their push in greater Minnesota. How do we break that where both parties have to really appeal to both ends of the spectrum there? Susan, you first.
Well, I think it goes back to a lot of what we were talking about earlier. We need to focus on listening to people, responding to what their needs are, and getting away from this toxic, divisive. It's all about optics. It's all about some sort of stunt. And, let's focus on solutions.
Let me break in with national news. AP has called Pennsylvania for John Fetterman.
Wow.
That's a pickup for Democrats in the U.S. Senate, and obviously a race we watch very closely as he had that stroke.
And Oz was the
Trump endorsed candidate who moved to Pennsylvania to run.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd have results that early.
No, I
race,
didn't.
So,
but there's Pennsylvania has had close elections for a while, especially in the presidential.
And I heard some polling on that about Fetterman's health, with the stroke. But you know what rated higher was the fact that Dr. Oz was from out of state.
Exactly.
The carpetbagging rated higher than his health. 11:58 coming up on midnight here as we go into Wednesday, continuing with Minnesota Votes here on WCCO.
For over 10 years,
Eye on the World
Advantage
with
Seamless
John
Gutters
Batchelor
have been
is on
replacing and
News Talk
installing gutters in all
830
of Minnesota and western
WCCO.
Wisconsin with a customer experience that's second to none. No matter what the design or type of gutters, Advantage Seamless Gutters will help you get the gutter system that's right for you. Advantage Seamless Gutters is also the largest dealer of Valor Gutter Guard in the country, offering the most advanced clog-free gutter system available. To schedule a free estimate, visit AdvantageSeamlessGutters.com. Advantage Seamless Gutters. Experience the advantage.
You can change a life with only $2.27. Tuesday, November 15th, please join WCCO Radio and the Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities for the 20th Annual Hunger Mission Radiothon, because hope begins with a meal.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're listening from the Chris Lindahl Real Estate Guaranteed Offers Studios. This is News Talk 830 WCCO KMNB HD2 Minneapolis, St. Paul.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. It's 1 a.m. in the east, 10 p.m. in the west, and results continue to come in from the midterms nationwide. CBS News is now changing the characterization of the U.S. Senate race between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania from leaning Democratic to likely going to Fetterman. CBS News pollster Monica McDermott has some exit polling from that race.
The more important issue to voters was the Dr. Oz's residency or his short residency in the state. That's more of an issue. 56% of voters say that was an issue. 42% said not. At the same time, 18% of Oz's voters expressed that they didn't think he had lived long enough in the state, so it's obviously not a top concern in their decision.
And in Wisconsin, CBS News now characterizes the Senate race as leaning Republican and the governor's race as leaning Democrat. The Senate race in Georgia between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker is still a toss-up. Walker says he thinks he'll win.
If you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better.
CBS News characterizes the U.S. House as lean Republican. CBS's Robert Costa asked House Majority Whip James Clyburn what he'll do if Republicans do win control of the House.
He says to CBS News his entire party is at a crossroads should the GOP win the House. I asked him, should President Biden run in 2024? He said, quote, I'm not going to say whether anybody should run in 2024. I said, will you run for the House leadership again? Should the leadership slate lose? He said it all depends on what happens.
CBS News projects Proposition 1 in California to protect abortion rights will pass.
I'm Tom Foti. On an unannounced trip to Ukraine, the U.S. ambassador to the UN insisted that regardless of the congressional election outcome here,
we've seen bipartisan support from Ukraine. The president is committed to continuing to work with the Congress to ensure that that support continues.
Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield also accused Russia of targeting Ukrainian food processing and shipping facilities.
These are not only horrific attacks on civilian infrastructure, there are also attacks on the world's food supply.
Tom Foti, CBS News, Washington.
Tropical storm Nicole is churning toward Florida's Atlantic coastline. David Haley is getting ready in Pompano Beach, Florida.
I'm getting sandbags, a little worried about the storm surge with the storm, so just want to be prepared in case the worst happens.
Climate protesters in Australia have scrawled graffiti and glued themselves to an Andy Warhol artwork depicting Campbell's soup cans. This is CBS News.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Visit libertymutual.com to learn more.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
All right, Adam Carter, Blois, Olson, Senators Michelle Benson, Senator Susan Kent with us, Jason DeRusha also from his home in Maple Grove. And let's reset where we at. Obviously, the headline tonight, Blois, Governor Walz reelected here. And what else can you tell us about where we're at with the races that are still outstanding?
So we have about 83% of total precincts out from the whole state. Governor Walz is reelected. He's currently at 53%. Scott Jensen's at 43%. So that's a 10-point victory. Not quite as big as his last victory, but we're still waiting on other places. The Attorney General's race, very highly watched, anticipated. Keith Ellison currently leads Jim Schultz 51.4 to 48.6. And Steve Simon, who's been declared the winner by a few different outlets, he leads Kim Crockett 55 to 44%. In the state auditor's race, Julie Blaha, a narrow lead over Ryan Wilson, 48.4% to 46.2%. It looks like some of the turnout models are favoring that there was higher turnout, maybe even than 2018 in some of the suburbs.
Oh.
Now, in the urban areas, it does look lower, but suburban turnout may have actually been higher because the threshold that I had in my head based on some turnout models was overall turnout might drop about 5%, which meant 1.1 million would be a threshold that a statewide candidate would need to get to. But it looks like everybody will get over that. Keith Ellison's already over it, and it's not there. To put it in perspective from the number of votes, Keith Ellison is about 60,000 votes ahead. So when you think of it as 51-48, that seems close. But 60,000 votes, and we still have, some counties out, including some DFL areas like St. Louis County, Duluth, Rochester. We don't have all the votes in yet. Of course, we've talked about Dakota County, 84% of Dakota County in, 93% of Washington County. And one of the areas that Susan Kent is following is Cottage Grove, that is slow to report, tends to be a little more DFL than GOP historically. And that could decide a state Senate race, a county commissioner race. Susan Kent, is Cottage Grove usually this slow?
You just kind of pick which Washington County city is going to be a little late every cycle. And this year is Cottage Grove's turn.
Senator Benson, as you start to look at these races and take a sip there of coffee, because I know you have an early morning, as do I. But as you start to look at some of these Senate races, there's a lot of senators on the watch list, but I got the sense that it was optimistic. In fact, somebody close to the Senate said, we don't think, we think the worst it could be is 34-33 DFL, but even, we think that's an outlier. Is that still a possibility, or do you feel like, Senate Republicans can keep the majority, or is it still up in the air?
I feel like it's really closer, obviously, than I would be comfortable with.
Yep.
And there were obviously watch seats, but every coin toss seems to be flipping the other way. And so, again, campaign teams are going to have to sit down and do a real gut check. Was it top of the ticket, lack of money, messaging? Was it mailing late? Was it lack of digital, or was it the wrong digital? Were they not reaching the right voters? As I said, Susan and I both are seeing ads all over things that we watched.
Yep.
I didn't see anything from Republican candidates on the same places I was seeing all the abortion message. So maybe it's money, placement of resources, et cetera. And to be candid, probably not a targeted voter.
Got it.
Probably already been identified.
Yeah, no, that's probably true. And I've said this before. I moved into my house 8 years ago, and I've never voted in a primary in my house. And I got no mail, nothing this year, which, by the way, was okay with me, although I would like to look at it. One of those state Senate seats that was considered a toss-up up near St. Cloud, Eric Putnam versus Representative Tama Tice. I was up there, and Eric Putnam, he's a little more liberal than that district would pretend, but it is he's leading 53 to 46% with 95% of the precincts in. If Democrats are winning some of those seats where in greater Minnesota, back to your point about targeting, Senator Benson, there's also probably a little mood of the electorate. It's probably a little mission. I always say there is not one thing that costs anybody an election: quality of candidate, work ethic, knocking doors, things like that. But of all the seats, that was one that I just thought, profile a candidate, the district, the mood of the electorate, that I thought Republicans could knock off Eric Putnam, and clearly it looks like it's going to be a
It
stretch.
looks like it's not going that way. And so again, that seat actually mimics suburban behavior more than the average person wouldn't think of St. Cloud as looking more like a suburb, but
Right.
it does.
Senator Kent?
I would chime in on that one and say that, yes, St. Cloud has become much more diverse. A lot of students. Eric's a professor and a very impressive communicator. I mean,
Yes.
he's
engaging.
Yeah, I remember watching him on the campaign trail in 20 and saying to folks, I can't wait to see him on the Senate floor. And the first time he spoke on the Senate floor, I walked up to my chief of staff and said, this is what we were waiting for. I mean, he's a wonderful guy. And it has a lot to do with candidates and their fit. But I also want to go back in talking about the Gustafson-Chamberlain race.
Yeah.
We've just been through redistricting. And like my district actually didn't change very much geographically. Woodbury had grown a lot, so we lost some other parts of it. But there's not a lot of change in that area. But, Rogers' district changed. Jim Abler's district, like you mentioned, Blois, has changed. So some of this stuff is just
redistricting.
It's just natural to shifting borders.
And that's one of the things that everybody I talked to would say. There was this first mantra, which was, well, it's a Biden plus or a Trump plus. And I kept saying to people, Biden and Trump are not the numbers of either one of these districts because they are both outliers, especially from 2020. And then you start to look and you start to overlay previous elections and you think about all the issues that have changed in the last 2 years and the candidates that have changed. So I do think that is a finer point that we need to make, is that this is the first time we're seeing people run in these legislative districts. And Democrats did feel when redistricting came out that they felt like the suburbs were better than they expected. They were more competitive than they expected. They thought they were going to be competitive, but there was a couple districts, like for instance, out in the West Metro, there's a Senate district where Kathleen Falk and Kelly Morrison ran against each other. One side was clearly blue and one side was clearly red. And then in that, you kind of dismiss the House race. You go to the Senate race, and people were saying, like, look, Kelly Morrison's a really good candidate. She's going to have all the money she needs, and she's really well known. Kathleen Falk, good candidate on paper, but maybe as the race kind of came out, all she talked about was crime in a district where the choice matter really mattered. Senator Benson?
And I would say that's accurate.
Yeah.
That race was tough.
Yep.
Andrew Meyer on one side did really well and then gave up the other side, and just weren't enough votes on the Meyer side to pull it across the line. And again, I think there needs to be an analysis of what abortion did in some of these races. Is there a different message? Because I said in May, after Dobbs was leaked, Minnesotans probably want some level of restriction on abortion. And it's just not okay to talk about it. And so that, and nobody in talking about abortion was looking at it that way. But
I think, yeah. No, I see what you're saying there, because one of the conversations I had a couple times, and people close to me when the decision came out, the first reaction from several women was, wait, how does this happen? And then it was, Republicans, even though there was a leak, Republicans didn't come out with a clear, unified message on abortion, where Democrats clearly had a unified message, was this was wrong, this is there. And as a white guy, I got to tell you, I don't get to talk about that issue or have a passionate view on it with anybody on any side. And I think that's where I did the Coon Rapids Parade, I did the Edina Parade, and I was talking to a couple, and a woman who the husband was a Republican and said, I wish I could vote for a Republican this year. And the wife literally grabbed his arm and said, no, you can't. You won't.
Yep.
And he looked at his wife and the way husbands do and said, you're right. You're right. I won't.
There's an intensity around that conversation. It's interesting. I know many women who have different views on it than I do. And when we have conversations, we can come to a place where we have respect and can leave it. But there isn't a place for that in politics right now.
No, Senator Kent, the other thing there is young women, younger, and I'm 50, so I'm not talking about 18 to 24-year-olds. I'm talking 35 and under. And these are the women that Trump lost too. And so they had enough with Trump, and then you had this, and they almost become even more solidified. Senator Kent.
So first of all, I would say, Roe versus Wade was not without restrictions. I mean, it created a framework and decision making, right? But it allowed truly, and this is what has been so horrifying for so many, not just women, men too, who think about their wives and their daughters, the mothers of their children, who might have a real medical emergency. And, some of these laws that have been implemented by Republican legislatures in other states put doctors in a really tough spot in trying to care for their patients. And so, that's what a lot of people are responding to. Sorry, Blois, I forgot your question.
Oh, just the idea that this solidified some younger, under 35-year-old women voters.
Yes, and I have nieces who are sort of in that age range. And I remember a conversation with them some time ago, and they were like, oh, yeah, this is all done. It's all settled. And I was like, oh, no. You need to pay attention, because if this is important to you, there are people who want to make changes to this, and it could happen. And, I lived all my reproductive years with Roe v. Wade in place, right? So it's not me, but, this is a very deeply troubling issue about people's freedom in being able to make some fundamental decisions about their lives and their families and their health. And, it obviously has hit a nerve for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, it has.
And when the Dobbs decision was leaked, and then when the ruling came out, I said the same thing. I said, the implications that this is going to have in November could be, obviously will be significant. And bringing Jason DeRusha into the conversation, you wonder, Jason, had that ruling not come out, how might this have been a different night, at least in not only Minnesota, but some of the other races that frankly are surprising in the country?
Yeah, we'll have to dig into the exit polls, right? But I think at the beginning of our coverage tonight, there was discussion about the polls. And I wonder if you hit this. Well, I'll just say for myself, when I was deciding this morning on one of the races, abortion was something that entered my mind as to how do I want to cast my ballot. And I wonder how many people felt, you know what? I just can't pull the trigger based on other issues because of abortion. So I don't know. We'll see what people say about this. I do want to share that the Angie Craig victory is all but assured at this point.
Yeah.
96% of the precincts reporting in U.S. District 2. And a pretty dominant victory, I would say. I don't know if you guys agree, but for Angie Craig, currently, we'll see as the last 4% come in, but she's up by about 5%, bearing in mind that the late Paula Overby, who died during the campaign, received 3.3%. So she got, a woman who was dead got 10,000 votes, but Angie Craig currently up about 15,000 and change.
Yeah,
Pretty
no, Jason,
I would say.
I saw that too. And I think that's when we were waiting for Dakota County, I said, if Dakota County trends the way the other suburbs were trending, that was good news for Angie Craig. And I think that goes to show there. And you think about the amount of money that was spent in that race. And one of the things we'll follow up on in the days to come is nationally how the U.S. House goes. Obviously, Tom Emmer has a lot at stake there. And they felt really good about that. And their polls, back to polling accuracy, their polls showed that they were leading, and DFL polls, by the way, showed that Tyler Kistner was leading down there too. But they thought that Governor Walz, this is where Democrats felt like Governor Walz, if he could overperform in the suburbs, that would pull Angie Craig and other people through.
Walz is up by 10%.
Yeah.
By 10% with 85% reporting. So, I'm telling you that Julie Blaha and Keith Ellison better be sending, some flowers or some cookies or something over to
Diet
Tim
Mountain
Walz.
Dew. Diet Mountain Dew. That's what he drinks.
I don't know if he needs more. I don't know if he needs more of that.
Jeez.
But the top of the ticket, I mean, Tim Walz deserves an incredible amount of credit in his campaign. I think he took heat for not debating, and I bet Tim Walz would have preferred to debate more often. But he followed the political advice. He sort of disappeared after Feeding Our Future.
Yeah.
And basically, they let Scott Jensen do his thing.
Well, that's what I was going to say. They could send those gifts to Scott Jensen too for the.
I think that's one of the things,
candidacy and the things that came out of his mouth.
I don't think you can just blame this on poor candidates on the Republican side.
Oh no,
there's a
you have to
trend.
look at Tim Walz and say that's a formidable victory. And is it because Tim Walz is a likable guy with a long track record of living in Mankato? And that, I think it is. I think people rejected this idea that Tim Walz is this crazy extremist. I think they rejected it.
Yeah, no, Jason, and there's a few things out there that, as I've said, there was never one thing, but one of the things is Scott Jensen did overperform Jeff Johnson in Greater Minnesota. And that was one of the things that Scott Jensen had to do. And that was what Republicans put a lot of stock in. But the other thing is, and this is a national issue for Republicans, and it's clearly a Minnesota issue for Republicans, the places where the people live, the metro area,
land doesn't vote,
is just not headed their way this tonight. And you start to look at it, but yeah, Tim Walz did worse in the first district than he did last time. That was one of the factors I was watching. But guess what? He did so much better in the suburbs. And I haven't looked at turnout in those rural areas, but turnout looked good in those rural areas. But if it falls off at all, that hurts Scott Jensen.
And it's official now. Angie Craig is the
Declared
victor.
the winner.
And that makes all congressional races decided. Brad Finstead in the first and Pete Stauber in the 8th. So we've got decisions in all.
So we're waiting
8
on the Attorney
congressional
General's race, the auditor's race,
right,
and the legislature. Who's going to control the legislature?
Well, there you go. Jason, thank you very much for your input, sir. Maybe I'll let you rest. You've got a big show tomorrow, I'm sure. 3 to 6.
He's never slept in this much in his life.
That's true. Yes. Believe me, I'm glad I don't have to wake up at 2:30 and go anchor the morning news today. So
yeah.
Thank you, Jason. That's Jason DeRusha. It's 12:21. More reaction, real-time reaction as we get real-time results here on Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO.
Cancer screening can save your life. Begin cervical screening at age 25. At 45, colorectal and breast screening. At 50, discuss lung screening with a doctor. Find resources for free and low-cost screening at cancer.org/getscreened. This is a public service message from the American Cancer Society.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have chronic joint pain, not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there is a better way, and it's now available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Hey, Adam Carter here, and I'm talking about new therapies, advanced all-natural biologics, regenerative treatments that can restore and repair damaged joint tissue, providing lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in precision regenerative medicine with over 100 clinics across America and literally thousands of satisfied patients. If you've got joint pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, shoulder pain, don't just think that the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. You need to learn more about these new biologic therapy options that can change your life. Call QC Kinetics now. It's a free consultation with local medical professionals. 612-254-7123. That's 612-254-7123.
This fall, you can help change a life.
Hi, I am Desiree Brewer. Union Gospel Mission means a lot to me.
It means a lot to my family. It has brought us into a safe community, helped me build a relationship with the staff around here, the other residents. It is a healthy environment. And I'm so thankful for the Union Gospel Mission, as it has done so much for me and my children.
That's Desiree's story. $2.27 provides one meal and care at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. How many meals and care can you provide? Please donate now online at ugmtc.org/give now, because hope begins with a meal.
You're listening to this election night Minnesota Vote special on News Talk 830 WCCO, sponsored by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Governor Tim Walz reelected tonight. Steve Simon reelected Secretary of State. Still waiting on two big state races, state auditor and attorney general. All 8 Minnesota congressional races decided. And Brad Finstead, let's talk about Brad Finstead for a second, because in just over, less than a year, he wins 2 elections and defeats the same candidate.
Yeah.
Brad, tell me about it. For the folks listening who don't know much about Brad Finstead, what can you tell us about?
He's a rural farmer. I think he's one of the most genuine candidates I've run into. And I think Jeff Ettinger was as good a candidate as DFLers were going to be able to put up in the 1st district. I think Brad Finstead has 7 kids. He actively farms. He served in the Minnesota House. When he was in the Minnesota House, he was seen as a consistent conservative, but very likable. And I think that's, he's going to fit the district very well. If the district doesn't change that much, he should be able to hold it for the time being. It's not going to become a competitive seat. And I think he's going to want to serve on the Ag Committee. I think he's already been appointed there if his permanent term is there. And then I think you're going to start to see, he's not as much of a firebrand as a Tom Emmer was. He's much more like Pete Stauber, kind of down to earth, patch on the back kind of guy. And that's a seat that, early on after Representative Hagedorn's death, the Democrats, I remember hearing Jeff Ettinger as a name, and I remember texting a source saying, "Is this for real?" And they're like, "Yes, this is for real. He's going to announce in 2 days." And I was like, "Huh." And then Jeff Ettinger overperformed what Democrats thought he would do in the primary. But overall, just, again, this dynamic in Minnesota of greater Minnesota being more red than it was, 4 years ago or 6 years ago, I think begins to show that. I think I think if you look at Minnesota's congressional district right now, what we're having is you're going to start to see some seniority be built amongst the Brad Finsteads, the Angie Craigs, the Michelle Fishbachs, when Betty McCollum, Tom Emmer have already got that seniority. Those new members are going to start to build it. It takes time in Congress, but again, there's been a lot of turnover, and they're going to be helped by having a Tom Emmer or a Betty McCollum in seniority already.
And in the 2nd district, what is to be said about running the same candidates against the same incumbent?
So, one of the things that I've said probably since July was that if the 2nd congressional district was a top 10 race in the country for Republicans to win, that Tyler Kistner was not a top 10 candidate. He had some sloppy campaign stuff. He didn't have a clear message. They were slow to raise money the 2nd time. But back to your point, there was a theory, and I think it still exists, that if you're running a competitive race and you lose a close race, you're better off running the same candidate the next time because they have some name ID, they have the fundraising tools and things like that. I think Tyler Kistner's loss tonight is as much about Tyler Kistner as it is about the trends in the suburbs of Minnesota being more DFL than anyone anticipated. And then, you look at the margin, it looks like Angie Craig would have won even if Paula Overby wasn't on the ballot. And that's telling too. look, Angie Craig has really grown into her own as a candidate as well. I remember this is one of my favorite stories of the last 5 years. At the state fair, Ilhan Omar's in the national spotlight for something controversial. Angie Craig's on the Dave Lee show. I'm watching from the side. Dave asks Angie Craig about Ilhan Omar's controversy, and Angie said, "Who would have thought a lesbian from the suburbs wouldn't be the story of Minnesota's new members of Congress?" And it was funny. It was just funny. And Angie Craig does well. She's personable. These ads in the brew pubs aren't just ads. She literally goes to the brew pubs every weekend and talks to the voters.
One last question on the Minnesota congressional race before we go to CBS. The 8th. That used to be, it seemed like every 2 years, it was red, then blue, then red, then blue. Is that a solid red now?
I think Pete Stauber fits the district. He fit it well. Redistricting changed that district a lot.
Right.
Jen Schultz probably got a little closer.
Down so far to the cities, like
and
North
it goes further west. It goes to Bemidji now. And so, look, that's one of those places where as suburban districts grow or urban districts get population, you got to make those rural districts bigger to capture equal population. So I think it is solidly red, but you never know. The economy can change a lot of things.
Plenty to talk about after CBS, and we'll get to it. Again, we're still waiting on results in the Attorney General's race, waiting on results in the state auditor's race, legislative seats still up for grabs, and what will shape the Minnesota State Legislature for Tim Walz's next 4 years as governor. Again, the headline tonight, Tim Walz wins re-election as governor of the state of Minnesota. Steve Simon re-elected as Secretary of State. All 8 congressional races decided, including the very close one between Angie Craig and Tyler Kisner. Angie Craig re-elected to represent the 2nd congressional district. Lots of surprises out there tonight. No red wave to speak of, although there are some surprising results to speak of, and we could go to CBS News for the latest on that, including that Pennsylvania Senate race, which we thought we might get results for a couple of days. Looks like Fetterman has pulled that one out over Dr. Oz. Let's go live to now CBS News for this special report, the very latest as Minnesota votes and the nation votes in 2022.
CBS News special report, Campaign 2022, America Decides.
CBS News projects Democrat John Fetterman will defeat Republican Mehmet Oz in the closely watched Senate race in Pennsylvania. His supporters were ecstatic when he appeared before them moments ago. CBS News projects Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp will win re-election, defeating Democrat Stacey Abrams again.
We woke up every single day talking about how to build a safer, stronger Georgia for you and your family, and help your family fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation.
CBS News projects Democratic incumbent Tony Evers will win the Wisconsin governor's race, and CBS News projects Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee will win re-election. CBS News special report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Back here in studio, Blois Olson, Adam Carter. We have Senator Michelle Benson, Senator Susan Kent with us. Blois asked you both what you're optimistic about early on in the evening. Michelle, my question to you right now, even though it hasn't exactly been a Republican night here in the state of Minnesota, still a couple of races to be decided. What are you encouraged by moving forward as the results come in tonight?
It is tough. I'm just going to be candid. If there are any Republicans listening, this is not what the last week polls told us we were closing and all of this. I still have hope as we tighten down the AG's race. Looks like our best shot, and really Republicans need a statewide candidate to build on. I talked about Kim Reynolds earlier. They needed a Republican governor. It happened a couple cycles ago to build their party so they could have some strength. And so I keep looking for silver linings in clouds. And so,
does the candidate have to come before the party being built up, or can the party be built up?
The party can build, but you need someone with the intention of building the party. But as former Governor Pawlenty said, you need a statewide win in order to get some attention into this state, which brings resources, which brings some hope among the delegation, a leader who can say, I know you sound like this is the number one thing, but really we need to move this way. So that's what I'm looking for next.
Susan Kent, it's been a good night for Democrats in the state of Minnesota, but I'll ask you this. What is most concerning moving forward for the Democratic Party and the political landscape of Minnesota and I guess the country in general?
Well, there's a big question. I go back to some of the things that we were talking about. I feel like it has to do with some of the just fundamental brokenness of our politics and, people, and we have to be able to have folks focus on actual solutions. We have to quit just doing things for a political stunt. I don't want to pick a fight here after midnight, but when we knew what the surplus was this past session and the Republicans said, give it all back, they knew they were never going to give it all back. But it was a good tagline and it fixed expectations. We knew that other things needed to happen in our state. So we have to be able to deal honestly with solutions.
Senator Kent, let me ask you this. Democrats are on the verge, maybe one seat away from taking back the majority of the state Senate and controlling the state House. Are there any guardrails on spending if that's the case with the surplus? Because I think you can talk about it. You can't give it all back, but there are members of the caucuses in both the House and the Senate who not only would spend it all, but they'd also raise some taxes too. Are there guardrails there? Or is that going to be Governor Walz's job?
Well, when you've got narrow majorities, because I've lived through this, it's not like you can just go do it.
Yeah.
Because there's not, this notion that there is this monolithic view of how we should do things within a caucus is not realistic. All of these things have to get talked out. And, in our caucus, it is a good, tough discussion. And we work together to come up with these solutions. And we recognize that we represent very different communities around the state. And, the DFL represented people in the urban, suburban, and rural areas, And so we have to be the big tent party, and we have to have common sense solutions that are focused on the people of Minnesota.
Let's take a break right now. 12:36. We'll come back and break down some of those legislative races too, as we try to sew some things up before we part ways tonight. 12:36. Minnesota votes on a Wednesday morning now at WCCO.
Today's vehicle market has had an impact on auto donations, and Newgate students are in need of late model vehicles to repair in both the auto body and mechanical training programs. Your donations are critical to the education of Newgate students and their ability to find quality jobs after they graduate. You'll earn a valuable tax deduction. Don't wait. We need donations today. Learn more at newgateschool.org. That's newgateschool.org.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Menards, Fleet Farm, Blaine's, and other fine retailers.
Winter brings cold, dry air, static electricity, maybe itchy skin and a sore throat, too. Metro Heating and Cooling has whole home humidifiers that save money and actually keep you warmer for only $7.95 installed. Find out more at metroheating.com.
If you have a snoring problem or sleep apnea, odds are you have blockage in both your throat and your nose. Now, for those who've gone elsewhere and wonder why their issues aren't getting better, this is where the problem lies. Because the true root of your problem very well may be your nose. We believe we'll find that your nose isn't working the way it should. And once we do get your nose working, your CPAP mask can finally work, or you can lose that CPAP mask altogether. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available, including simple in-office procedures that can get your nose and your throat working properly. It's a simple concept. If you're going to get your best sleep, you have to be able to breathe well. Go to adventknows.com to schedule an appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
My name is Corporal Bradley Joseph Seitz.
Jerry Reed.
Kate Weber.
These are real veterans facing a real challenge.
I have PTSD.
And I have PTSD.
I have PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder can happen to anyone,
I was still in a war zone in my mind.
but treatment can turn your life around.
Treatment has really saved my life.
To learn about PTSD and how treatment can help you, call your local VA medical center or visit ptsd.va.gov.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is an election night special. Minnesota Votes on News Talk 830 WCCO. Presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
$12:40 as we continue to go over the results. Still a couple of big races we're waiting for in Minnesota to be decided. Attorney General and State Auditor. A Republican could very likely win one of those races, but if we look at the entirety of the night here in Minnesota and beyond in the country, when you talk about midterms, if you know the history of midterms, when the president in power is of one party, the other party does quite well in the midterms. I don't think we can say that about Republicans tonight. This is Scott Jensen, Minnesota candidate for governor. I presume he's speaking to NPR right now.
Yeah.
We're efforting to get him. And he did not, in his remarks earlier tonight, did not really say that the race was over or said the votes were still count. Well, he's changed that tune, saying that Tim Walz is the governor for 4 more years. Republicans, quite frankly, we didn't have a red wave. We had a blue wave.
So interesting is we're starting to get some data in, and we'll have it all in Morning Take. And if you want Morning Take, go to fluence-newsletters.com and subscribe. But our data guys are showing, and I just mentioned this to Senator Benson, we talked about Jensen increasing his margins in greater Minnesota. But total votes for Republicans in greater Minnesota also fell by about 100,000 votes. Democrat votes fell turnout by 50,000 votes. So turnout down as a state, but fewer votes for Republicans in greater Minnesota. And so while he's pulling off Johnson-like margins, he's not doing it with as many votes. And that's ultimately what matters is you got to get the votes in. And so these are not Trump-like margins. They're more Jeff Johnson-like margins. And Trump energy was one of the things Republicans were worried about. Senator Benson, there was this debate. I actually think you and I looked at each other on the floor of the Republican convention, and there was a question posed to me by you and another senator who said, now is not the time for Trump to weigh in this gubernatorial race.
Nope.
And he weighed in late. It kind of seemed like a surprise. And Scott Jensen kind of downplayed it, said, we like everybody's support. Was there a need to get Republicans energized to have a Trump voice in greater Minnesota?
If you look at what Trump did for Youngkin, was just reach out to the Trump supporters and say, you know what, this matters. Go vote. But he didn't come in and have a big rally. So I don't know if the Trump team just said we're gonna hold back. I don't know if somebody got to them and said don't come in. I mean, they sort of did this head pat. If he wins, we're gonna take credit for it. So I can't tell you what the dynamics between the two campaigns were.
Yeah.
But if Trump had called his people and said, you know, and I need you to vote for Scott Jensen, that probably would have helped. I would have liked to see him do the Youngkin model instead of what he did.
Yeah. I think that is one of the things that it was like you said, it's not big and splashy, but it's more grassroots, because Trump did invest a lot of money in Minnesota and infrastructure in 2020.
Well, actually in 16.
Yep.
And then in 2020, there was more distance in the polls. And so he didn't spend as much time here as it came to the end. But in 16, he had a lot of people here. And then he did, his presidential team did help with some ground support here in Minnesota. And so if he had done some of that, maybe we could have bumped that 100,000 up a little bit.
In 2016, he was here on the final day of the campaign, wasn't he?
Final
Just at the
weekend,
airport,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Senator Kent?
Well, I'm just noticing that I'm hearing that Dowd has conceded the House majority to
Melissa
Speaker
Hortman, Speaker
Mhm.
Hortman. So DFLers hold the Minnesota House.
Yep. And I'm also seeing that Walker Ornstein from MinPost is doing the same math I am, which is that the Senate is coming down to Senate District 3. And still with only 88 of 132 precincts. But Grant Hawshaw's lead has increased a smidge.
A smidge.
So just to be clear, the Minnesota Senate, control of the Minnesota Senate is down to one district right now.
One seat. So
One
it's
seat.
right now it's 33 Republican,
Mhm.
33 DFLers.
Okay.
And the seat in question is former Senator Bach's seat
sure.
on the
Yeah.
Iron Range. And it is a very different district than when Senator Bach had it, and it reaches down into Hermantown. And you have two candidates. I moderated a debate up on the Iron Range, and it was sparky and spunky. And let me just say, they went after each other, and one of them wasn't from the range, and one of them was from the range. Zupanich was the Republican, very connected throughout
Bach
local elected
endorsed,
officials.
right?
Bach
Eye on
endorsed.
the world with John.
And then Hauschild used to work in North Dakota politics, chose to move to the range, raise his family. Frankly, seemed a little green for a seat like that. But this is where the mood gets. And Republicans thought Hermantown could help with kind of a more moderate, that if they ran a woman from Hermantown, that would work. And, we don't know what's going to happen there yet, but that's a race that if it comes down to that, that's going to be very telling of the mood of Minnesota. If the range keeps a DFLer, even though there's been a lot of issues. One other late breaking news today was the steel workers and U.S. Steel settled a contract today. And they had been working without a contract for quite a while.
And the impact of that
gives steel workers a little more kind of, okay, we're going to have jobs, we're going to have a contract, because there's a big $150 million investment in a modern steel plant up there. And I'll tell you this, when there's food on the table, they vote Republican. When they're worried about their jobs, they vote Democratic.
12:47. Let's take a break. Our final break here. We'll come back to wrap things up. Hopefully, maybe we'll get some more results in that short of time. Otherwise, we'll have some predictions and maybe assess when we'll find out some of these results. Minnesota votes on WCCO.
WCCO listeners, Henry Lake here on The Good Neighbor for the folks at Friendly Chevrolet. David Peach, the general manager, and his staff are excited to support the Timberwolves. So much so that right now, take $10 off your next oil change when you say you're a Wolves fan. And get $500 off the pre-order of any Silverado 1500. Located just 2 miles north of 694 in Fridley, they are committed to making sure you drive satisfied, which means your experience will be fun, fair, and friendly. Check out friendlychev.com today.
Hi, I'm Dave Dahl, and as your favorite former meteorologist, I'm here to help you plan ahead. Gathering with family and friends to celebrate a lost loved one is an important part of the grieving and healing process. The Cremation Society of Minnesota believes choosing cremation shouldn't change that. They'll plan a personalized, unique Share Life celebration at one of their beautiful locations that really honors your loved one's life. Go to www.cremationmn.com to get started.
On Tuesday, November 15th, you can change a life with just $2.27. Chanhassen Dinner Theaters is proud to join 830 WCCO Radio and the Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities for Hunger Mission 2022. On Tuesday, November 15th, Chanhassen Dinner Theaters asks that you join them in helping raise much-needed funds to benefit those being served by the Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, because hope does begin with a meal. You can donate now at ugmtc.org/give.
It's time to review your 2023 Medicare plan options. For 50 years, Twin City Underwriters has provided peace of mind when making Medicare decisions, offering services in person, online, and by phone. Call 651-488-0172 or visit TwinCityUnderwriters.com to register for a free Medicare seminar or to schedule your appointment.
We do not offer every plan available in your area. Any information we provide is limited to those plans we do offer in your area. Please contact Medicare.gov or 1-800-Medicare to get information on all of your options.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain, knee pain, joint pain? Well, listen carefully, because now there are new regenerative treatments available here. Hi, it's Adam Carter. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, is now open, giving lasting relief to people with joint pain using the latest in precision medicine with natural biologics. It's an exciting non-surgical approach that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints and gets you moving again. QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics nationwide and has treated thousands of patients with an incredible success and satisfaction rate. If you've got pain in your knees, your shoulder, or back, you need to check out these new treatments that can actually help your body restore and repair itself with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Call now to schedule your free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. 612-254-7123. 612-254-7123. That number again, 612-254-7123.
Minnesota Votes, our election night special on News Talk 830 WCCO, is being presented by Minnesota Credit Unions.
Tony Evers reelected as governor of Wisconsin. To the east, we're looking at results now for Minnesota Attorney General and State Auditor. Those races are fairly close, Blois, but there's only 2 counties that are still out. And are there enough people living in those counties and enough votes cast to change slim leads for both Keith Ellison and Julie Blaha?
Well, there is still some, from what I can tell, there's some still in Dakota County, so that'd be a populous.
Oh, okay, yep.
There'd be a populous. So there's only 2 counties out that are completely out. But if you're Keith Ellison and Julie Blaha, you have to feel pretty good. But just to put it in perspective, the difference in the auditor's race right now is about 32,000 votes, and the gap in the Attorney General's race is 45,000 votes. Keith Ellison and Julie Blaha both leading there. You know,
and that's out of roughly one, and each candidate with roughly 1.2 million votes received.
Exactly. I want to go back to something about the national scene and about what Scott Jensen apparently told NPR about this blue wave. I just, you know, we've been in the studio a lot over the years, from Jesse Ventura to Florida hanging chads to Donald Trump. For a midterm to go this way is a historic evening.
Yep.
And it defies conventional wisdom. And we can talk about all the things that are wrong about American politics and Minnesota politics. But defying conventional wisdom, I think we all just need to take a moment and realize, like, I don't think, you know, I think Susan came in a little optimistic, maybe not this optimistic. Michelle came in optimistic, but not this pessimistic. And I looked at everybody I talked to, thought that no matter what would happen, Republicans would take the legislature. And I thought this ticket splitting, which I've been talking about for weeks, would happen. It happened, but the intensity of the voting, the turnout being down, meant that I think you can argue, especially in the auditor's race and the attorney general's race, this is where the mechanics of campaigns make the difference, and the door knocking and the lit dropping. And it is just clear that, especially in populated areas, DFLers have a strong advantage there.
You're both shaking your heads. Michelle, you first.
And I would say, I know the 2 women running the AG's race and the auditor's race, they had their candidates go out and door knock so that their candidates got a sense of what reality looked like on the ground. Really smart move. And you can see that in the performance, how much tighter those races are because you had candidates that were more directly in touch.
Yeah.
So let's take the good lessons that we've learned. Let's get those folks in a room and say, okay, what did you do to get that close? Because even if you didn't win, you did better. You outperformed. So what lessons are we going to learn from those two races? And to have those women come into the room and like do some honest debrief after action, as it were, on these races so that Republicans can actually learn the hard lessons that they need to learn.
Susan.
Yeah, and I'll just go back. I said it at the beginning. You know, I was so proud of this team that I helped build and really moving the Senate DFL caucus into the 21st century for campaigning. And those fundamentals that we were able to put in place, we knocked over 500,000 doors, which unintended blows the door off all of it, you know, and you know, that is a legacy of the Senate DFL. That is something we've always aspired to, but we put it together in a way. And, you know, we, someone just texted me broadcast baby and, you know, you know, we
radio, it's the future.
I love radio. I was always very fond radio.
One thought on that though, is we talk about money and the fundraising advantage, and both caucuses were competitive fundraising wise, but the fundraising for the parties does allow hiring of more canvassers and the people you don't see them all the time because you see the TV ads and that kind of thing. And that has been a commitment of the DFL for several cycles, right, Susan?
And it's the people who coordinate with the volunteers, right?
Yes.
I mean, you can say we want volunteers, but if you don't have somebody to actually recruit them and organize, be here at 2:00 on this day, you know, it doesn't matter, you know.
Exactly. Senator Benson, your final words for tonight?
Sure.
Republicans are going to have to do a solid debrief on this. There are lessons to be learned. And if we don't get really clear on how we're going to do a better job connecting with the Minnesotans across the state, we are going to be in the desert for a very long time.
Susan Kent.
You know, these are always tough days because it's just stressful no matter what. But, you know, going back to thinking about the people in Minnesota and the service that people are being elected to do, you know, I believe that Democrats really want to work towards a bright future for all Minnesotans. And I hope that we can all come to the table together and work together in a serious way to make a difference.
Blois, you mentioned it. The history it leads us and guides us in midterms. Again, this is not reflecting the history that we've seen.
No.
And not only in Minnesota, but beyond. I mean, some of the questions that I think our two senators have been addressing, it's not only a Minnesota thing, it's greater than that. And it's what the country is shaping and the messages that you take away from this are what?
You know, I think that it is, like I said before, Minnesotans they weren't expressing themselves. And that's not necessarily abnormal, but I think they kind of let it out. They didn't want to talk about it. It's been a tough couple of years.
Yeah.
It's polarizing, but they let it out. And I just even on suburban women on abortion, I think they just didn't want to talk about it. And then they showed up to the polls today. Just to kind of reset here, Ellison leads by 40,000 votes. Blois leads by 26,000 votes. And control of the Minnesota Senate is down to 1 seat. So it's a much tighter night. And by the way, like this says not just Republicans have to figure things out, but Democrats may have to govern in a way that they don't take advantage of a full majority because this can flip in 2 years. We're going to have a very volatile presidential race.
Yeah.
Minnesota might not be in play. But I just want to thank our contributors. Thank everyone.
Absolutely.
Chris Tubbs, Lindsay Peterson, Brad Lane, Dan Edwards, the whole team, Laura, Paul. This has been awesome. My 13th one, Adam. It was fun to be in the studio, and we'll keep Chad Hartman out of the studio for the next one too.
Absolutely. Thanks to everybody. Thanks also to former Governor Tim Pawlenty, Jason DeRusha checking in, the great news staff that always does a fantastic job here at WCCO Radio. And you as well for listening tonight. And don't forget, Vanita will have all the newsmakers on in the morning, the WCCO Morning News with Vanita. And our great lineup tomorrow will have all the latest. Some of these races may be decided by then, and we'll have reaction from some of the newsmakers. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a good morning.